Alrighty guys, good morning. Hi. Happy fucking Monday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of the OWB2s. Good morning, Slane and Atog. I hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Hi. Happy fucking Sun Muns. On a little bit later here, that will happen. Good. Alrighty. Let's get to the doing. Coffee too. Here in a sec. Oh, yep. Oops. Good. Had some stuff and thing going on. By the way, One Piece got better after basically the Wano arc ended, and it started out onto the new arc, which is Vegapunk Island or whatever it is. Yeah, much better. Mainly because there's introduction, new characters, new plot, new story, new things, new stuff that's happening, new interactions or gimmicks. History of Chuck E. Cheese last squeak. I actually kind of want to watch that. But I'm pretty sure that's going to DMC in my channel. Time to move on. Oh, yeah? He make his bank and he's leaving? Good for him. Very clickbaity. For $50 3D Vcash. Interesting. Best non-stick pan, also interesting. Oh my god, there's so many interesting things coming out, guys. Good. Have I seen Argyle? No. Is it a movie? Four lanes are still a bad thing. No, they aren't. Not just bikes. Yeah. Propaganda? Good. I like how there's just remove lanes because then there'll be more gridlock and then less people will use their cars because they're just going to stop going places. Yeah, okay. I did a thing. It cost me money. And I'm going to make it worth more money. And I'm going to make a YouTube series out of it, which then you'll watch. That'll make me more money. What are you worth? Good question. IDK. People say the Tesla Cybertruck can't tow? They're wrong. They can't tow for long, is is what it comes down to. Yeah. I actually really want to watch this, guys. I don't think we can, though. Pretty sure that would live DMC me. Excuse me, not live DMC. It'd mute my YouTube channel audio. Very unfortunate. Okay, let me get my coffee, guys, and we'll get to the doing. Be right back. Alrighty. Mainly because I haven't heard anything about Chuck E. Cheese's in, like, ages. I didn't even know they existed. I thought they're all closed. Maybe they are all closed. I don't know. Okay. Let's take a look at... So 5700X3D, I thought was a 5600X3D, which it is not. Take a peek here, guys.
Welcome back to Harbour Unboxed.
You.
Today we're checking out
Welcome back to my channel.
newly released Ryzen 7 5700X3D. That's right, a newish AM4 processor. Well, it's technically new, but also it's not really new. What we have here is binned silicon, I guess silicon that wasn't probably good enough to be a 5800X3D, didn't quite meet the clock specifications.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
But
put everything together.
Away, AMD has reduced the core clocks by 9%, dropping the maximum boost frequency from 4.5 GHz
That would have been
to
E-Waves.
4.1 GHz. And we're also looking at a 12% reduction to the base clocks. Other than that, though, everything else is the same. Well, of course, the price, which has been reduced to just $250 US. That's technically a 44% reduction in MSRP when compared to the 5800X3D, but of course, that part hasn't sold at the MSRP for a very long time and can be had today for as little as $320 US. But even so, that
I wouldn't recommend any other processor other than an X3D processor at this point. So
discount for what will certainly be less than a 10% reduction in performance. So for those of you who have invested in the AM4 platform and are after a cheap upgrade but couldn't justify $320 on the 5800X3D,
I assume this is 8 cores instead of 6. They had a 5600X3D. That was a limited edition.
Let's jump into the benchmarks to find out how likely that is going to be. Now, I'm not going to bother with application benchmarks, or at least.
The thing about this is you can also just get an AM4 motherboard and then buy this like a used one.
In gaming, as this is typically
AM4 has been out for ages at this point. You don't even need to buy a new AM4 motherboard. This is working off the idea that you're going to be upgrading your processor and not your motherboard.
The 5700X3D is actually 9% slower than the 5700X, and that's because it's clocked 11% lower. And as I said, the massive 96 megabyte L3 cache doesn't help in this test. When compared to the 5800X3D, we're looking at a 7% reduction in performance, and by today's standards, the 5700X3D doesn't look particularly impressive in this all-core workload, coming in around 20% slower than the 6-core 12-thread 7600X. Then if we look at single-core performance, you get a very clear picture of how things have progressed here since the release of Zen 3. Not only that, but taking some frequency out of the 5700X3D has dropped it to the bottom of our graph, coming in 9% slower than the 5800X3D. But as
you don't buy X3D chips for productivity, by the way.
Benefit here. So let's move on to take a look at some tests that
do starting off slow
from a fat L3 cache. Okay, so let's get into it. The gaming benchmarks, and first up we have Baldur's Gate 3. Here, the 5700X3D is a mere 3% slower than the 5800X3D,
and faster than 7950X.
Delivering performance that's comparable to the Ryzen 9 Zen 4 parts, such as the flagship 7950X. So that's certainly impressive. That said, the non-3D V-Cache Zen 4 processors don't perform that well in this title. Then, when compared to Intel's Core i5-13600K and the 14600K,
honestly looks like this game benefits from more cores.
Is just 11% slower, while it's also 28% slower
than
AMD's current flagship gaming CPU, the 7800X3D.
I mean, it does, because the 7950X3D is actually faster, which is what it should be. It should be equal or faster than 7800X3D.
Next up, we have Cyberpunk 2077, and here the 5700X3D.
And if it's not, like in this test, that means there's something wrong, which arguably there is, but maybe not, because the 7800X3D actually has a faster frequency, I think, by a little bit. So
it's just 4% slower than the 5800X3D, placing it alongside the Ryzen 5 7600X, while it was 7% faster than the new 8700G. You're also looking at a fairly significant 22% increase from the standard 5700X. For those of you,
like I mentioned, it doesn't really show up in these graphs here, guys, but I went from a 13900K to a 7950X3D, and the feeling of basically almost identical performance, it feels smoother. And I have no way to actually attach a number to that besides just telling you guys it feels more fluid and smoother. And it's one of the reasons that it sold me on it. I actually legitimately because it was bugging the shit out of me because they keep talking about X3D chips, and I've known about the giant cache actually affecting gaming performance since the 5775C. That was like in 2015. Yeah, and there's just legendary stories. So I bought a 7950 X3D, and in my opinion, I wouldn't tell people to buy the 7950 X3D, but I'd tell you to buy the 7800 X3D. It is phenomenal, and I would not go to a low cache chip after this point. It feels different, and I don't have any other way of wording it besides it just feels different, feels better.
The 5700X 3D looks to be a very.
But it doesn't always show up in 1%, for
But if
instance,
you were interested in spending
which
more
would
on
be
a full
stuttering,
system upgrade,
and he doesn't
as
do
I just
0.1%
noted, you'll
for some
see
reason.
similar performance out of the Ryzen 5 7600X, or up to 36% greater performance when opting for something like the 7800X 3D, which admittedly is much faster but also much more expensive. Hogwarts Legacy has been tested with ray tracing enabled, and in this example, the 5700X 3D is 5% slower than the 5800X 3D, which saw it match the new 8600G APU. When compared to the non-3D Vcache model, so the standard 5700X, the 5700X 3D is just 8% faster in this example. It's also 11% slower than the 7600X and a massive 29% slower than the 7800X 3D. Though, of course, as I've noted before, that CPU does cost a lot more, and so does the supporting platform. So realistically, in terms of value, the 5700X 3D looks as though it's going to be quite difficult to beat, or really even match. Next up, we have Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and again, the 5700X 3D is only marginally slower than the 5800X 3D, in fact, just 4% slower in this example. And here we have another example where it's comparable to the 7600X, and really even the 7700X. Moreover, when compared to the standard 5700X, you're looking at an almost 20% performance uplift, and that's despite still being 35% slower than the 7800X 3D. Moving on to 35% slower than the 7800X 3D. Moving on to ACC. Here the 5700X 3D was 4%
That's a big leap to
slower
the
than
7000 series.
5800X 3D, delivering comparable performance
from
for a
Intel, that
range
is.
of CPUs based on much newer architectures that also happen to cost a lot more, such as the Core i5 14.
Dude, some of the newer fucking shirts, like, they creep up on you.
For example.
Like, it's almost always the same width, but for some reason they shrink vertically. I don't understand it. It's the weirdest fucking shit. It happened in, like, the last 3 years, 2 years.
Spider-Man Remastered
Like,
has been
I'm not
tested with
fucking
ray
getting
tracing
taller,
enabled,
but they definitely, it
and
seems
with
like
the
you more watch them, they
performance
just...
of CPUs using DDR4
Normally,
memory,
like, you know, a
as
shirt
the
would
game is
shrink, like,
very memory bandwidth heavy.
universally, they just shrink
Overall,
vertically.
the
I don't
5700X
understand why.
does very well here, though the 1% lows are noticeably lower than that of comparable DDR5.
Very annoying, because you'll start out with a shirt that fits you right, and then all of a sudden your midriff's showing in like 2 months after you watched it a couple times.
Again, the 5700X 3D is just 4% slower than the 5800X 3D, making it
8 times if you wear it once per week.
8700G APU, and almost 20% faster than the standard 5800X, at least when comparing the average frame rate. The results recorded in A Plague Tale Requiem are quite interesting. Here the 5700X 3D is 8% slower than the 5800X 3D, which is considerably more than the typical 4% margins that we've seen so far. Of course, it can be clocked up to 9% slower, depending on the workload, so this sort of margin makes sense,
in there is very
and
weird.
I guess rather, I'm quite surprised that we haven't seen more of it. Still, despite the drop-off, the 5700X 3D is very respectable here for a $250 processor.
Which they would test overclocking.
just
Almost no one
edging out
tests
the
overclocking because obviously
5800X
varies
and
from
5700X models.
chip to chip, but
We're
PBO is
looking at a
pretty
7%
universal at this
margin
point.
In Assassin's Creed Mirage, here the 5800X 3D
Get an idea of
rendered
extra
184 FPS
headroom that's
to
available on the chip would be very
172
nice.
FPS for the 5700X 3D, though the 1% lows were similar. When compared to the standard 5700X, the new 3D Vcache model was a massive 26% faster in this example, which actually made it faster than the new 8700G and even Intel's Core i5 14600K. So that's a great result overall.
Yep.
Here, the 5700X 3D and 5800X 3 delivered basically identical performance in Watch Dogs Legion, as here the new $250 model was a mere 1% slower with 153 FPS. This was comparable performance to that of the 7600X and 7900X, and a good bit faster than the 8700G and Core i5 14600K. It's also a massive 32% increase from the standard 5700X, though it was also 22% slower than the much more expensive 7800X 3D. but just 9% slower than the Core i9-14900K. Hitman 3 seems to benefit from the extra bandwidth DDR5 memory offers, much like what we saw in Spider-Man Remastered. Core clock speeds also play a key role, and here the 5700X 3D was 8% slower than the 5800X 3D, though it still allowed for 195 FPS on average, which meant it was 10% faster than the standard 5700X. So not the most impressive 3D Vcache uplift we've seen, but performance overall is impressive from a 250
I don't think so. It performs really well.
Here's a look at total system power consumption, and as you can see, these older Zen 3 CPUs are still very efficient. The 5700X 3D,
I think Intel technically does, but I still personally would not recommend anything other than X3D chips. So
slower than the 5800X 3D. With a total consumption of roughly 350 watts, it increased usage by 20
I think Intel has the crown for price performance. So one of their low-end 12,000 series chips. I think 12400.
Improvement. Then in Cyberpunk, the 5700X 3D and 5800X 3D
we'll probably have price performance graph on here.
And we saw that performance was also very similar. Interestingly, despite being 22% slower than the 5700X in this title, the 5700X 3D configuration actually used less power, and this is because the CPU isn't clocking as high and therefore doesn't require as much voltage. So although the GPU is working harder, total power consumption balanced out overall. Finally, here's our 10-game average, and as you can see, the 5700X 3D isn't a great deal slower than the 5800X 3D, just 4% on average across the games that we tested. And that made it slightly slower than the 7600X, but faster than the new 8700G, and nearly 20% faster than the standard 5700X.
He doesn't test multiplayer games for the most part, but I would 100% point out that Overwatch, I gained like 20% performance going from 1300K to 7950X 3D. And specifically the 1% just felt a lot better. Just fluidity just felt a lot better.
That said, it was 8% slower.
I really wish they tested multiplayer games, but no one does because they're very difficult to test.
Expensive DDR5 7200 memory. So in terms of value, the 5700X 3D should
be like more than 8 cores.
Now, taking our
if you want more than 8 cores and like for productivity, then Intel basically wins hands down, and because you end up going up a price racket in AMD, because there's a big jump between the 8-core chips and the 12/16-core, and if you're getting an X3D, there's no point in getting the 7900X3D. It's a pretty shit chip because it only has 6 cores with the extra HBM cache on it. It only has 6 cores with it, which it really should have been a 12-core HBM chip. It would have actually been a very interesting chip, but they didn't do that. They did only 6 with HBM, and as such, you get kind of fucked by it. And there aren't older variants of that. The 1500X 3D is the only one for the 5000 series, and they have to jump to the 7800 or the 7950X 3D chips. Also, here you go. Actually, looks like the 5700X 3D is one of the best performing cost per dollar chips here, as it shows.
Cost per frame calculations. And I'm going to skip just comparing the CPU prices. And this is because most people interested in a 5700X 3D will already be on the AM4 platform using a previous generation 3000, 2000, or maybe even a 1000 series processor. And they're looking for a cost-effective, quick and easy way to breathe new life into their existing PC. In that example, you don't care about the value of a 14th gen Intel Core processor or a newer AM5 processor.
And you don't even have the memory or the RAM prices to worry about. Upgradability is very important for future looking.
If you're building a new PC, or you want to get the most bang for your buck and don't necessarily care about upgrade paths, not that you're really getting that with a 14th gen processor anyway, but if you are looking at building a new PC, then you want to know how these platforms compare in terms of cost per frame. So this data is based on the cost of the CPU combined with the cost of a half-decent motherboard and 32 gigabytes of memory.
Which is still kind of weird because you won't worry about memory or RAM, which is why it's weird that it even has memory and RAM combined in here.
This means for the AM4 options, I've gone with a $110 budget for the motherboard, allowing for either the ASRock B550M Pro 4 or PG Riptide. Both of them work well. Then for the memory, we have a DDR4 3600CL16 32GB kit, which can be had for $80. The 14600K has been placed
Intel,
on
though,
a
has E-cores on it,
Z6090
which is why it wins at productivity. Because E-cores, there's a lot of them. You can't really match with it. Apparently, the next-gen Intels aren't going to have hyper-threading on them, which is kind of interesting in and of itself.
That costs $130 US. Then for the AM5 platform, we have to spend $140 US on a B650 motherboard, as they're much more expensive right now. And that buys us the ASRock B650M HDV/M.2. And then we have the DDR5 6000 CL30 32GB memory kit, which again was used for testing, and that costs $120 US. So with all of that information punched into our graph, we see that for new system builders, the 5700X3D technically offers the best value, though realistically for anyone building a new system, the Ryzen 5 7600X on the AM4 platform is without question the way to go. You're generally getting better performance, better features, and a healthy upgrade path. The Core i5 14600K is comparatively pretty poor value, costing 15% more per frame. Also, for those of you eventually going with the discrete GPU, the 8600G has proven to be rather poor value as well, and this part really needs that premium DDR5 memory to avoid a serious performance hit. The main takeaway here being that for AM4 owners, the 5700X3D is a considerably better value deal than the 5800X3D, even when factoring in the cost of a motherboard and memory kit, because in this example, it is 10% better value. That said, if we ignore the cost of the motherboard and memory, as you don't need those if you're already on the AM4 platform, then the 5700X3D is almost 20% better value. So there you have it.
But he doesn't do a graph with it. That's fucking weird. Like, anyone that's looking at this chip is probably contemplating just dropping it in, like he said, and then he just didn't do a graph on it. Okay.
On AMD's AM4 platform and are in need of more CPU power for gaming, the 5700X3D is an exceptionally...
But if you want more than 8 cores and you're looking for a budget, so this doesn't take into account, for instance, the number of cores these have. This is 8, 8, 6, 8. This is like, I think, 8. The 14600 has 12. Need a decoder chart. Have the 14600 on here. Okay. So like a 13600K is 6 and 8. I think the 14, it's like one of the weird changes between the two, 13 and 14. 13 and 14 are almost identical. But they made some changes to the mid-range. 14600K is 6 and 8. So it is still 6 and 8. It's 8 and a 12. 4. 6 and 4. So there is 8 and 12 in the 14,000 series, which is 14700 now. Jumped up to a 16 core. 8. There's a now in-between tier in here, right here. But they're quoting the 14.6 right here. So in productivity, still probably better off just getting the Intel. I definitely would, if like I wanted to buy Intel, I'd most definitely go for 8 P cores though. P cores are what really matters. And then do something like 14700. Or 13. I guess you don't really have a choice here, do you? 13, 7 for 8 and 8. The E-cores don't matter as much. They matter in productivity, but they don't matter as much as the P-cores do. P-cores are what you play your games on, basically.
As you don't need those if your D is. The 5700X 3D is just better value. Essentially, for what is the price of DDR5 memory and an AM5 motherboard, you can buy the 5700X 3D. So it's hard to argue that those already on AM4 shouldn't just buy the 5700X 3D. It's certainly going to look after them for years to come.
Unless you want to go to the 7800X3, yeah.
If you're in need
the
of
upgrade path,
PC
guys, the
or a
life in the
platform
AM4
upgrade,
platform,
you should
insane.
ignore the 5700X 3D and instead buy a Ryzen 5 7600X, as it offers similar value with better features and the ability to upgrade to yet-to-be-released AM5 CPUs in the future. Also, keep in mind the Ryzen 5 7600 costs $200 US and delivers similar performance to that of the 7600X, so that's probably worth a look at for a $30 saving. Anyway, it's great to see AMD still offering more value on the AM4 platform, and it's particularly great news for those of you who invested in it and are looking for a cheap upgrade option.
Everyone likes making the right decision, guys.
Let me know what you think of the 5700X 3D. Has it enticed you to upgrade? I'm, of course, keen to read your feedback. But for now, we are done with this one. Thank you to all our Patreon Floatplane members, because we did have to purchase this CPU. There is no review program for the 5700X 3D, at least at this point in time. AMD has not sampled these, which is why we're only getting our review out now. Gamers Nexus did beat us by multiple days, probably close to a week at this point. Well, probably not that much, but they beat us by days, so... You know, that sucks, bloody
like 3 days.
GN Steve beating us the punch, but
there you
they
go.
didn't get the box, did they? They didn't get the box. See, this is a genuine 5700X 3D box. And for reasons that I can't give you, that's important. So we have the actual box, so therefore our review is better than that.
Doesn't come with the cooler, though?
Nexus. So make sure you go over to the Gamers Nexus review and say the Hardware Unbox review was better because they had the real, genuine box. Steve will appreciate that, so go let them know. Where was I going with this? I don't know. I probably should end it there before I
sour
get
apples
myself into any more trouble. But yeah, Floatplane Patreon, because it does help us buy things like this. I actually spent over $1,000 Australian dollars on AM4 processors last week. I got 4 in total. So there is more AM4 goodness.
Once again, wish they would test PBO, even if it's just a separate section. Yeah. Just a, hey, look, this is what the results, and don't include it in the price performance or whatever. I think it's actually important because it's something people do consider when they consider, like, platforms they're on, is overclocking potential, or whatever's left of it. Okay. Good. The truth. It says the truth on it, therefore it's worth reading. Oh my god. I mean, we already looked at an Apple Pro review. Should we look at another one? I don't know. I'm actually kind of curious what the best non-stick pan is, though. I'm sorry, Apple review is going to have to wait.
When it comes to cooking, I need all the help that I can get. So the question is that $16 non-stick frying pan
he paid for that hat, guys.
The one that cost $185?
Makes a good thumbnail.
Well, let's find out. In the first test, we'll see which non-stick pan does the best
job
frying pancakes, eggs, and even a cheese mellow. Then we'll see which pan does the best job at heating food evenly. Finally, we'll see which coating is the most resistant to getting damaged. All the non-stick pans that we'll be testing have around a 10-inch diameter. At a price of only $16, the least expensive brand we'll be testing is made by Blue Diamond. Blue Diamond claims that this frying pan is 5 times harder and 10 times more durable than traditional non-stick cookware. It's a diamond-infused ceramic non-stick pan. They claim you can use metal utensils. Oven and broiler safe up to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Works with all stovetops except for induction. Made in China. Weight can sometimes be an indicator of quality, and the Blue Diamond weighs 664 grams. Let's go ahead and use a 1500-watt hot plate to test the non-stick pans. I'll set the hot plate to 400 watts for our first test making pancakes. I've pre-treated all the non-stick pans with a thin coating of vegetable oil per guidance in the instruction manuals. Most heat sources provide less than perfect heat distribution, and many of the frying pans advertise having an even heat distribution. And the hottest part of the Blue Diamond is about 132 degrees hotter than the coolest part of the pan. I've mixed up a large enough batch of pancake mix to test all the frying pans. Once the pans are warmed up, I'll add very close to a half cup of pancake batter. The goal is to flip the pancake at 1 minute and 30 seconds. However, some of the pans lose a lot of heat when the pancake mix is added, and the pancake will need to remain on the pan a little bit longer. The pancake did not stick to the pan, and the hot spot on the pan caused a dark and almost burned area in the center of the pancake. Once again, the hot spot on the pan burned part of the pancake while other areas aren't nearly as cooked.
Oh.
And the pancake did stick slightly to the blue diamond pan.
Oh,
At
foul.
a price of $17 is this Granite Stone Diamond Pro. The surface allows for use with metal utensils. They claim that this skillet is 10 times more durable, safe up to 500 degrees Fahrenheit.
Don't trust non-stick stuff. If you're talking about Teflon, Teflon is very toxic, if you guys are curious about that. However, you would have to get it hot enough to reach like ignition point or something like that. It's something absurd. For like the fumes to come off of the Teflon, you actually have to get it up to like 500, 600 degrees. It's something insanely hot. Normal Teflon pans, though, however, are fine. Like, they aren't going to affect you. You don't want to scrape them or huff them, or, you know, just like, you wouldn't sit there with the scraper and just go, you know, what's going on there? Like, I'm not afraid to use a Teflon pan. But there's also non-stick coatings that are non-Teflon, too, if you're worried about that.
Ceramic and induction. The handle is designed to stay cool. It has a thick aluminum
like
core
ceramic
glass
pans?
between 2 layers of stainless steel. The granite stone is made in China, and it's 776 grams for the granite stone. Compared to the blue diamond, the granite stone is doing a much better job at distributing the heat. There's around a 60-degree delta between the coolest and hottest area of the pan. That's quite a bit better than the blue diamond's 130-degree spread. Compared to the blue diamond, the granite stone definitely did a much better job of cooking the pancake evenly. And the pancake did not stick to the granite stone. At a price of $25 is this Tramontina brand. It claims to be a professional aluminum non-stick restaurant frying pan. NSF certified commercial grade. It works with gas, electric, ceramic, and it's oven safe. It's designed for up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 204 degrees Celsius. The Tramontina is made in Brazil, and the Tramontina is by far the heaviest at 990 grams. And the Tramontina also performed well with just over 100-degree difference from the coolest to hottest part of the pan. And the Tramontina performed almost as well as a granite stone with a pretty even finish on the pancake. And the frying pan is just way too slick for the pancake to stick to the pan. Overall, a very nice looking pancake. At a price of $26 is this Sensart brand. Assembly is required, but it does come with a screwdriver. It has a Swiss non-stick coating. They say that the coating is safe and healthy. They claim that the bottom of the skillet is flat and thick, which helps distribute the heat evenly. Designed for all stovetops, including induction. The Sensart is made in China and is 948 grams.
Maybe the coating.
And the Sensart also performed well with only a 70-degree delta between the coolest and hottest area of the pan.
I know you'd monitor the fumes coming off of
it.
it.
The center of the pancake slightly darker than the outer perimeter. And the second flip of the pancake went very smoothly without any sticking to the pan. At a price of $30 is this Carrot brand. They claim it heats up quickly and evenly. It has a large magnetized base and it provides a larger heating area. It distributes heat quickly and evenly, resulting in no hot spots. It's supposed to heat up faster compared to traditional skillets. It works with gas, electric, ceramic, halogen, and induction. The Carrot is made in China, and the Carrot weighs 870 grams. And the Carrot pan has a little bit more temperature spread than most of the previous brands at around 125 degrees. Not surprisingly, part of the pancake did cook quite a bit faster compared to the other part of the pancake. However, the pancake did not stick to the pan. Also at a price of $30, the same price as the Carrot brand, is this OXO. They claim that it was the best in
I have
show on
OXO. I don't have
America's
OXO.
Test Kitchen. It has a 3-layered German-engineered non-stick coating. They claim that their hard anodized body delivers
German-engineered
excellent heat
coating.
and incredible scratch resistance. The OXO is oven safe up to 430 degrees Fahrenheit. Does not work with an induction stovetop. And it's 838 grams for the OXO.
I'm going to point out,
moves into
one of the problems I have with pans is where they have these rivets through them, is you'll get gunk stuck to it, and then you have to clean it harder. So if you have ideally, if you have a pan in which you don't have these rivets through it, it makes cleaning it up easier. I know it seems kind of trivial, but it's something you eventually notice if you actually click for a bit.
Temperature spread at 85 degrees. However, the center part of the pancake did come out a little bit darker than the outer area. No stickiness when flipping the pancake either time. At a price of $31 is this Cuisinart brand. It's metal utensil safe. It's their Chef's Classic non-stick hard anodized skillet. It's harder than stainless steel for durability and professional performance. Quantanium non-stick cooking surface is reinforced with titanium for lasting food release. Solid stainless steel riveted cool grip handle. The Cuisinart is made in China, and the Cuisinart weighs 890 grams. And the Cuisinart really struggled with a 144-degree temperature difference. And the pancake is a little more thoroughly cooked in the middle compared to the outer areas. However, the pancake did not stick to the Cuisinart. At a price of $35 is this Green Pan brand. Metal utensil safe. They claim that it's a healthy ceramic non-stick pan. It's free of PFAS, lead, and cadmium. It's designed to heat up quickly and evenly. Made in China. And it's 838 grams for the green pan.
Yeah,
and the green pan performed just about the same as the Cuisinart at 148 degrees of
what's the
temperature
acronym for
difference.
Teflon
Just
coating?
like the Cuisinart,
PFA?
the green pan is a little darker in the middle compared to other areas of the pancake. And the green pan is just too slick for the pancake to stick. If you're known for being dangerous in the kitchen, you might consider this Ninja brand
Use
for
of
a price
PFOA
of
manufacturing
$50.
Teflon coating as
Oven safe up to
cookware has
500
been completely
degrees
stopped. I think
Fahrenheit.
that was in
During the manufacturing process,
2000s.
It's superheated at 30,000 degrees
And-
Fahrenheit. Plasma ceramic particles are fused to the surface of the pan, creating a super hard texture surface. The Ninja is made in China, and the Ninja is the heaviest yet at 1,036 grams. And the Ninja performed very well at only 70 degrees of temperature spread, the same as the Sensart. I'll let the Ninja cook the pancake a little closer to 2 minutes. And the Ninja did a very good job of cooking the pancake evenly without any visible hot spots. No issues with the pancake getting stuck to the pan. Also at a price of $50, the same price as the Ninja, is this Analon brand. Analon claims that their pan will last
Also, the
16
handles get
times
loose.
as long as traditional nonstick
I mean, I've had some that
Engineered
definitely
for
don't get
fast,
loose,
perfectly
so
uniform heating.
that might have
Works as
something to
hard
do
as
with
stainless steel for
the
maximum
brand.
durability. It's oven safe up to 400
It could get
degrees
loose, though.
Fahrenheit. The Analon is made in Thailand, and the Analon weighs
Some of them had a handle where it
1,072
actually, like,
grams. And the
latches to,
Analon has
something
around
that's, like, welded to the
107 degree
outside.
temperature spread, which is about 30 to 40 degrees more than the top 4 brands. Just like the Ninja, I'll allow the Analon to cook for closer to 2 minutes. And the pancake did not cook quite as evenly as some of the other brands. However, no issues with the pancake sticking to the pan. At a price of $86, is
Get a
this
load of
Caraway
pancakes,
brand.
guys.
It's a non-stick,
What are you gonna do with all the
non-toxic,
pancakes?
and eco-friendly pan. The claim is perfect for slide-off-the-pan eggs
I,
and flipping
market for
pancakes.
a new
Oven
pan
safe
now.
Up to 550 degrees Fahrenheit.
Not
Works
normally,
effectively
although I
on
have bought
induction
some stuff
gas
by
and
watching his
electric
reviews,
stovetops.
so.
Made in China, and it's 1,266
I got a nice pair of hex wrenches.
grams for the Caraway.
Like
and
a
the
year ago.
Caraway is performing the best yet at only a 44-degree temperature spread.
You don't
from
know
the
you
coolest
need
to
something
warmest
until
area
you
of the
realize
pan.
how shit
And it
what you
flipped the
have is,
pancake
you
in
know?
around a minute and 50 seconds. And the Caraway also did a
Ooh.
pretty good job of cooking the pancake evenly. No issues with
Very,
the pancake
very
sticking
nice
to the pan.
distribution of
At
the
a price
brown on
around
that.
$90, is this Made In brand. Unlike the other pans, the Made In is a blue carbon steel frying pan. They claim it's like cast iron, but better. Handles heat up to 1,200 degrees
okay.
Fahrenheit. It's the ultimate hybrid, combining cast iron's heat retention and slick properties with stainless steel's heat control. The Made In brand skillet is made in France. And the Made In is by far the heaviest yet at 1,408
It's
grams.
slain like
Before
stainless,
testing the
so.
Made In brand, I went ahead and conditioned the pan properly according to the manufacturer's instructions. And the carbon steel Made In brand
Holy
really
fuck.
struggled in this test with a 268 degree temperature spread. Unfortunately, the huge temperature difference caused the pancake to burn pretty badly and to stick to the pan. At a price of $120, is this
Okay.
Landmark brand. It's a non-stick cast iron
Standard
skillet
metric,
with
yep.
stay cool handle.
Craftsman brand,
They claim that
very
their
good.
non-stick pan
Very
is
nice.
scratch-proof and rust-proof. Honeycomb non-stick technology. They claim you can fry eggs and other delicious food with ease. The iMark is designed in California but made in China.
Pens are
And
one of
it's
those things where you just kind of put up with
1,366
shit
grams
until,
for
you
the
know,
iMark.
it
And there's
breaks,
about
right?
101 degree
You're like,
temperature
whatever,
spread with
it's
the
just,
iMark.
it's going to
And
be
the skillet
partially
performed
burned.
quite a bit better than the carbon steel made skillet, but not quite as good as many of the other brands. However, the pancake
A lot of
did
people
not
are
stick
attached
the
to their
skillet.
cookwheel.
And the most expensive
Yeah.
skillet we'll be testing at a price
Seen
of
ads for this.
$185 is made by Hexclad. Stay cool
Oh.
handle, dishwasher, and oven safe. Induction ready and compatible with all cooktops.
Drum roll.
Patented hybrid tech utilizes tri-ply construction. It has aluminum between 2 layers of stainless steel.
$185.
It's oven safe up to 500 degrees Fahrenheit. And the Hexclad is made in China. And the Hexclad weighs 1,136 grams. And the Hexclad really struggled with almost
Oh, Jesus.
167 degree temperature spread from the coolest to hottest part of the skillet.
$185.
And the pancake just did not cook as evenly as some of the other
I
skillets.
mean, it's still not
However,
burned,
the
so.
pancake did not stick to the pan.
Yeah.
Assessing how well the skillets perform with regard to nonstick properties is highly subjective. However, most of the pans received the highest possible rating of 1. When it comes to even heat distribution, the Caraway did the best job with only a 44 degree temperature spread. Granite Stone also performed well at
Some of those
60
made some nice
degrees.
pancakes, though.
Assessing performance regarding how evenly the pans cook the pancakes is highly subjective. And the Granite Stone, Ninja, and Caraway seem to do the best with the rating of 1.5, with 1 being a perfect score. The Tramontina and Sensart also performed very well with the rating of 2. I've once again applied a light coating of vegetable oil on all the pans. So let's see how the pans perform frying some eggs. I'll allow the center of the pan to reach approximately 300 degrees Fahrenheit before adding the egg. At the 2-minute mark, there was only a small amount of stickiness when lifting the egg off the blue diamond. After another minute of cooking the other side of the egg pretty much became glued to the blue diamond. Some of the frying
Yep.
pans are shaped like a bowl, while others are flat, and then some are actually higher in the center. And the Granite Stone seems to be a pretty slick pan, and the egg white dispersed, covering a large portion of the pan. When I flipped flipped the egg, there wasn't any stickiness and the egg lifted very easily. After another minute of cooking the egg fell away from the pan and onto the plate with minimal effort. Compared to the granite stone, the egg white stayed together
No oil.
a lot better
Well,
with the
small amount of
Tramontina.
oil.
After 2 minutes of cooking, the egg lifted without sticking to the pan. After
Basically
another
no
minute,
oil.
I was able to shake the egg loose from the pan. So a very good job by the Tramontina. Just like the granite stone, the egg stayed together pretty nicely.
This
with
one
the
doesn't have a
sensor.
handle
the egg
that
lifted
connects
off the pan
the
without
two
any
rivets.
sticking at the 2 minute mark. After one more minute on the skillet, I wasn't able to shake the egg loose, but it did break away from the pan when I flipped the skillet over. And the egg mostly stayed together with the carrot pan, but the egg white
Nice.
drifted towards the side of the pan. The center
Yeah.
of the pan is higher
I'm
than
sure
the
you
outer
use
perimeter.
oil,
The pan
as
seems
most
very
people use
slick,
oil
and
when
the
they
egg
cook their
lifted
eggs.
away freely at the 2
Or
minute
I
mark.
think you
It
could
did
use
take
butter,
some
have-
effort, but I was able to shake
But no,
the egg
actually, butter
loose.
would,
So very good job by the carrot. Just like the carrot frying pan, the egg mostly stayed together in the
burns
middle
eventually.
of the pan with the oxo. However, the egg white did move towards
Clarified
the outer
butter.
area of the pan. It also lifted away from the pan
Use-
at the 2 minute mark with minimal stickiness. After I was finished with the egg, I wasn't able to shake the egg loose from the pan.
Shit.
However, the egg did become detached from the oxo pan when I flipped the skillet over. And the Cuisinart is definitely not a perfectly flat or bowl-shaped pan, and the egg white really spread out, covering a large area of the pan. I forgot to set the timer, but fortunately, the camera does have a timer, and the egg lifted off the pan easily at around 2 minutes. After another minute of cooking, the egg became stuck to the Cuisinart pan. And the green pan
Yeah.
has a bowl-like shape, and the egg stayed together nicely with the green pan. It also lifted away from the pan very easily with very little sticking. After one more minute on the skillet, I wasn't able to shake the egg loose from the pan. Once I did remove the egg, the green pan held on to part of the egg. So the green pan is not quite as slick as some of the other pans. And the egg stayed together for the most part, but it did move towards the outer area of the Ninja. And the egg lifted away from the pan very easily at the 2 minute mark. After an extra minute on the skillet, I was able to easily shake the egg loose from the pan. Definitely a very slick frying pan. With the Yanalon, the egg did spread out quite a bit since the center of the pan is a little taller than the outer perimeter. There wasn't much, if any, sticking to the pan at the 2 minute mark. After yet another minute, I was able to shake the egg loose from the pan very easily. Definitely a pretty slick pan. And the egg stayed together mostly with the caraway, but it did move away from the center of the pan just a little. And the egg lifted off the pan very easily after 2 minutes of cooking. Just like with the Yanalon, a little back and forth action with the frying pan, and the egg broke loose
Nice.
from
I don't
the
think
pan.
I've ever had a
And the
pan
egg
where I've
moved
been able
away
to
from
cook
the
eggs
center of
without
the
them
pan
sticking
with
to
the
the
medium
pan
brain.
without using
And the
oil,
made-in
so.
carbon steel pan really struggles with hot spots. Unfortunately, I had to end a test early,
no,
and the egg became
no.
stuck pretty badly to the pan. And the egg really spread
Rip.
out with the eye mark skillet. However, the egg lifted away from the pan easily at the 2 minute mark. After one more minute on the pan, the egg broke free from the eye mark with a little back and forth shake. Definitely a pretty slick pan. And the hex-clad pan
pretty
is
slick
shaped like
pan,
a bowl
guys.
and
That's
has quite a
the
bit of
top of the line
texture.
rating,
And
I
the
guess.
egg stayed together very nicely. After 2 minutes, the egg lifted off the pan very easily. After one more minute, I was able to shake the egg free from the hex-clad, but it took quite a bit more effort compared to the
$185
eye mark.
pan.
If you're in a hurry when you're
This is
cooking,
why you look at
thermal
reviews and why
efficiency is
reviews
a
are
huge
important.
deal. So let's see which pan
So
does
far,
the
not
best
impressed
job of
with
heating up water in
$185.
5 minutes. And the hot plate is set at
Once again,
1500
kinda
watts and
curious
it's already
would
fully
be,
warmed up to make sure that the water is at
One thing that would be curious here that he's obviously not testing is off-gassing, which you guys were, Slane mentioned not trusting coatings, which would be interesting. I don't know how you'd measure off-gassing, but you could be able to, you would be able to do it, like the amount of deposits that are left in your food, which is really important, but it's also very hard to measure, right?
at the same starting temperature. This
Ideally, no pan should do that. Should leave stuff in your food, right? But this is why you test stuff, right?
cooler is holding 5 gallons of water, and the blue diamond pan is
Yeah,
very
and here we
thin
are
and
with
did a
like
great
half
job of
the U.S.
transferring
water
heat
supply
to
with PFAs in
171
it.
degrees
So
after just 5 minutes. Since the pan
actually, I don't think it's
hot
half. It's
spots,
like a
I'm
third or
training the
something.
water
It's
squirrel to
still a lot.
equalize the temperature as much
And
as
probably
possible.
30 years from now, we're going to find out it's like
151
lead.
degrees. So the granite stone is about 20 degrees cooler compared to the blue diamond, and the Tramontina is even less thermally efficient than the granite stone at 147.4 degrees. And the Sensart performed very close to the same as a Tramontina at 147 degrees. And the Carrot really struggled with efficiency at only 138.9 degrees after 5 minutes. And the Oxo performed nearly the same.
he say
as
he
Blue
puts the same
Diamond
amount of
and
water in
barely
each
moved
pan?
into first place at 171.8 degrees. And the Cuisinart is even more thermally efficient than the Oxo at
Obviously, the amount of water is going to determine how fast it boils, as well as the surface area, not just the conduct between the plate and the pan itself, right?
at 177.
No, just whatever the
degrees, which
material's
is good
made
enough
out of.
to move into first place. And the green pan is even more efficient at boiling water than the Cuisinart at 182.6 degrees. And the Ninja trails the green pan by almost 40 degrees at 145.9
That's crazy. There's actually a difference in how fast some pans boil water.
And the Analon performed almost the same as the green pan at 147 degrees. And the Caraway is very close to 40 degrees cooler than the Cuisinart at only 132.8 degrees. And the Made-In brand claims that their pan heats up quickly, and this is indeed the case at 186.1 degrees, the best yet. And the iMark trails the leader by
But is it worth not having a non-stick coating?
159.4. And the Hexclad also performed extremely well at 181.6 degrees.
Right.
If it's all about efficiency, the Made-In skillet came out on top at 186.1 degrees. However, the green pan and the Hexclad also
Granite
performed
stones in
very
there.
well
That's
at
the
over
good.
180
That's a good
degrees.
runner-up,
While
guys.
frying eggs can be very challenging, Cousin Eddie has a secret family recipe from his aunt Lethal Ethel that's even more challenging. All the pans have a very light coating of vegetable oil. The center of the blue diamond is close to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, the perfect temperature. Unfortunately, the cheese became welded to the blue diamond, totally ruining a perfectly good slice of cheese and a marshmallow. And the granite stone pan is at 400 degrees and ready to attempt to make a cheese mellow. After 1 minute, the cheese did not become stuck to the granite stone. Another 40 seconds, and it's time to flip the cheese mellow. And the granite stone performed very well without the cheese becoming stuck to the pan.
Cheese mellow, huh?
Tramontina has performed well throughout
Ooh,
the
the torture
showdown
test
and
for these
at temperature.
pans.
After a minute of frying,
I
the
mean,
cheese did not
both
become
those
stuck
things
to the
would
pan.
stick to
And two
pans
more
very well,
attempts, and
right?
the cheese mellow came out looking pretty good.
Fantastic.
And the Sensart performed well with frying eggs with a very small amount of stickiness. And the Sensart
Torture
performed
test,
very
guys.
well in this test. I, on the
Ooh.
other hand, need to do a better job of flipping cheese mellows. Just like the Sensart, the Carrot performed well for non-stick properties frying the egg. And the Sensart performed well once again, and it's just too slick to hold the cheese mellow in place while I position the spatula underneath. And I did make quite a mess of things. After a couple of more turnovers, this thing looks more like a marshmallow quesadilla. And the OXO has a very small amount of stickiness with the eggs. And the OXO held the cheese mellow in place just long enough for the spatula to slide into position. And this is the best looking cheese mellow yet. A great job by the OXO. And the Cuisinart seemed to have a little more stickiness than some of the other brands with eggs. And the Cuisinart has just enough stickiness to hold the cheese mellow in place for the spatula. And it's two very good looking cheese mellows in a row, and a great job by the Cuisinart. And the green pan did experience a small amount of stickiness when frying
That
the egg.
stainless
And
pan,
the
guys,
cheese
is just
became
gonna
stuck
explode
just
this
a
thing.
little to the pan during the first turnover.
Not even
A
wreck-
couple of more
not even
turns,
wreck the
and there's
pan.
some leftovers stuck to the green pan. And the Ninja has performed well throughout the showdown for pancakes and eggs. Once again, the Ninja did a great job with the cheese mellow. And this may be the best looking one yet. And the Analon has proven to be another very slick skillet and performed well cooking eggs and pancakes. And I did a very poor job of turning over the cheese mellow, but the Analon performed very well. And the Caraway takes a while to warm up, but it does the best job at distributing heat evenly.
I think another
And the
good one
Caraway
would be
once again
chocolate.
performed very well, no
Seeing
issues
how,
with
because
stickiness.
chocolate will
And the
burn,
carbon steel
which
made
is like why you use a double heated pan. You know, when you cook chocolate to make a fondue or whatever, you use a what do they call it? It's a boiler. So you have a pan and it has water in it, and then you have another pan on top of the water, which you can do without a special pan to do it, but you actually have it. Chocolate burns really, really easy and sticks to shit, and like it will just absolutely wreck pans. Would be another good test.
And skillet has struggled throughout the showdown compared
Milk
to
is
the
another
non-stick
one
pans.
where it curdles.
I did have to end the test
But you also
early
sometimes
as
have
the
to heat it
cheese
up to
became
make
well
like
into the
frosting or
skillet.
whatever.
And the iMark has a lot more texture than most of the other skillets, but that hasn't really been an issue before now. And the cheese is not sticking to the iMark. I'm just doing a lousy job and making a mess. And the Hexclad also has quite a bit of texture, but that hasn't been an issue before now. Unfortunately, there was quite a bit of stickiness with the Hexclad compared to most of the other frying pans.
$185.
However, I am able to scrape away the cheese, and it's not welded to the pan. While assessing performance,
But his
it's
cheese
always
mellow's
subjective.
ruined.
Most of the
I mean,
skillets receive the
you know,
best
you can recover, but his cheese mellow's ruined. You can't overlook the fact that cheese mellow's ruined, guys.
possible rating of 1. Let's use a Mohs hardness test kit to
Oh,
assess scratch
he's wrecking the
resistance.
pans.
And the number 3 pick did cause minor scratches to the Blue Diamond's nonstick coating. And the number 4 pick made very deep scratches all the way down to the metal. And the granite stone is very hard and seems to be causing damage to the number 3 pick. And the granite stone is also performing well with the number 4 pick with minor scratches. And the number 5 pick is causing major damage, so the granite stone seems to be tougher than the Blue Diamond. And the Tramontina performed well for nonstick properties, but it's the softest nonstick pan yet. And the number 3 pick cut right down through the coating and down to the metal. Just like the Tramontina, the Sensart is very soft, and the number 3 pick caused catastrophic damage.
Where this matters is if you scrape a pan with a fork. Some people use forks or a metal spatula, right? You know, when stuff gets sticky and they go. Another one that would actually be really good is using steel wool. Steel wool is sometimes used as a way to get like really ground in stuff off of pans, right? So inevitably, someone's going to end up using steel wool. I'm actually surprised you didn't test steel wool here. That's kind of like just kind of the go-to after basically the sponge doesn't work, like the you know, the green abrasive sponge that most people have in their kitchen. I assume most people have that in their kitchen. To get the hard stick-down stuff, that's when you go to the steel wool. Or, not steel wool, steel... what the fuck is it called? Steel wool is different. Steel wool is actually wool. Like, well, the metal abrasive thing you use. They called Scotch-Brite scrubber, stainless steel scrubber. Guys, here, this is the go-to after everything stops working. Are these guys, and they can actually ruin pans, right? But sometimes the push goes to shove, so it actually does matter for like testing hardness. But in a real world, you might actually end up using something like a stainless steel wool pad.
Previous 3 brands, the number 3 pick
Stainless
cut
steel,
all the way through the carrot's coating, and the number 3
cleaner.
pick is barely causing harm to the OXO. The number 4 pick is causing a little deeper scratches, and the number 5 pick is causing major damage. So the OXO and Granite Stone are the toughest so far at a number 5 pick, and the number 3 pick did cause scratches to the Cuisinart, and the number 4 pick causes catastrophic damage to the pan, and the green pan is unfazed by the number 3 pick, and the number 4 pick is not making any progress at putting a hurting on the green pan, and the number 5 pick is beginning to cause harm to the green pan, and the number 6 pick finally caused catastrophic damage, so the green pan is the toughest yet.
Number
And the Ninja
6
seems just as soft as a Tramontina, Sensart, and Carrot with major damage using the number 3 pick, and the Analon is just as soft as the Ninja, getting destroyed by the number 3 pick, and the Caraway held up very well to the number 3 pick, but the number 4 pick did a lot of damage, and the iMark held up very well with the number 3 pick, but the number 4 pick really cut deep into the coating. And the Hexclad might sound like a tough name, but the coating is buttery soft and experienced major damage with the number 3 pick. So the green pan has the toughest coating in the lineup, experiencing catastrophic damage with the number
Granite
6
Stone
pick.
looks pretty
And
good.
Granite Stone and OXO also perform well, experiencing
General
major
is doing
damage
pretty good.
with the number 5 pick. So which frying pan is the best? I've converted
Yep.
raw performance into an A through F grading scale to help make it easier to compare the frying pans for performance. If it's all about value, the Granite Stone earned A's in just about every category, including scratch resistance.
Pretty good.
The OXO also performed very well in most categories. However, the Granite Stone performed a little bit
$185
better for
at the bottom of the
non-stick
list.
pancake evenly. The Caraway also performed fairly well. It had the least amount
Gordon
of
Ramsay's
temperature
gonna fucking
variation
call
from one
him.
part of the pan
Gordon
to
Ramsay's
another,
gonna have a
but it
word
also
with him,
takes the
guys.
longest to warm up
I
before
believe
use. The
Hexclad
non-stick
has
coating is
is
also a
endorsed
little
by
bit-
Gordon Ramsay. Yeah. Oh, there's words to be had here. There's words to be had here. Oh no, Gordon Ramsay. Oh Jesus, he's gonna expect an angry call from his agent.
softer than the coating
Oh,
of the
good.
Granite Stone and OXO. In fairness to the made-in pan, it's a carbon steel pan and not a non-stick pan. However, it is advertised as being like cast iron, but better. Cheese and marshmallows, what a tasty treat. All of the videos in this channel, including this one, are viewer suggested. So if you have a video idea, I hope you'll take time to leave a comment. Thanks so much for watching. Please take care and look forward to next time.
Uh. Gordon Ramsay endorses Hexclad. Well, yeah, there's that. They call it steel scratch pad? Steel... Scouring pad. That's what they're called. Scouring. Yeah, so the green ones are the ones you use, which basically they're like plastic or whatever. But these guys, these are the ones you normally go to, right? But when things get tough, you go to the stainless steel ones. So, like, these are what you normally use, but then occasionally you have to break this out when shit gets bad, right? So you do occasionally use these. I think almost everyone's house I've been to has these. They're just like they're like the thing you eventually fall back to when shit gets bad and you overcook something or someone leaves a stove on or some shit like that. This is what you eventually go to, even if people have these. This is after the washcloth doesn't work, and there's some stuff stuck on there, which is kind of, relatively, it happens. And this is what you go to when shit gets bad. I think you could justify it as Mohs too. Like, obviously, you could Mohs, like, you could compare the hardness of stainless steel to a Mohs pick, because Mohs basically tests hardness with an abrasive surface or with something that basically has a certain level of hardness, and then you can figure out which is harder based on whether or not it's scratched or not, which is what he did there at the end. But it's not exactly the same thing as just using a scratch pad. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I didn't expect him to do kitchen pans. That's fantastic. Yeah, good stuff. Well, as it turns out, guys,
Non-stick.
$20 pan. Fucking fantastic. I bet they're like 40 now. The Project Farm phenomenon. This one? I think it was this one. There's a set of them. I don't know if they're all the same. This is the weird shit with Chinesium, is if you get like something where it's a slightly different model, you end up actually in a different category, and it doesn't work nearly as good. Blue ones, I think. So it starts out the blue ones. Right here. And huh. Bunch of them there. Yeah, so I think the black ones are a different model, and they might not be nearly as good as the blue ones are. The blue ones, this is the one he tested, I think. It's either 10 or 12 inch he tested, so this guy right here. And then they have the black model, but I don't think this is the same thing as the blue model. They're two different ones. That's pretty good. Nice. All right. Fantastic. I know you guys enjoyed that. That's why it's worth watching, guys. You don't even know that your cooking pan is inferior. And your Hexclad, you paid $185 for your fucking Hexclad? Fuck you. Yeah, you thought you're better than everyone else. Suck my dick. It's kind of sad, by the way. It's actually pretty sad that you can't just spend a bunch of money and expect quality, right? You would think there would be a direct correlation between money you spend and quality. And sometimes there is. And sometimes it's a drop-off, like audiophile stuff, like very diminishing returns, and then to the point where it might not do anything or it's actually worse and you don't even know. But, like, it's weird that you can't spend more money and just get a better product, right? Which is the way you'd assume it would work. But in this case, you just looked at something that flunked horribly that was $185 as opposed to a $20 pan because someone actually took time to test it. What's your take on the Apple Vision? It is the first foray. We aren't going to watch this tonight. I think we're going to watch this tomorrow. We already watched a review on the Apple Vision, I think from The Verge. It is the first foray into augmented reality. I don't think Apple, everyone's not really doing a great job. They're trying to figure out exactly what they want to do with it, and no one's really figured it out. It says, tomorrow's ideas, today's tech, I think is wrong. I think it's actually today's ideas with tomorrow's tech. The reason for that is because they didn't really, there's no killer application or stuff in it that actually makes it. Augmented reality is all about putting virtual reality in reality. But in the case of Apple Vision, all they're really doing is, using it as a way to show you videos, consuming images, consuming data. That's it, consuming images, videos, stuff in front of you. Consumption is very, very easy go-to, but, the killer application for augmented reality, just the bare minimum, would be, Google Maps applied on a street level view. So if you drive around with Apple Vision on, you can literally see the street names and lines where the driving direction is in real time in front of you, right? And they don't really do that. It wasn't really doing that at all. The best case scenario for it was, they didn't really even have one. It was basically just a glorified movie theater. We aren't going to watch it tonight once again because we already are in here for an hour and 15 on the podcast, but yeah, this is another. I think we'll take a look at this video tomorrow because we've seen it a couple days, and we watch Verge's take. It's sometimes good to get multiple takes. What really needs to happen here is the merger between virtual space and real life, and it doesn't do that. But an ideal application, just right out of the gates, is Google Maps applied in real life, so you can see street names when just looking around and the road, exactly like Google Maps is on your phone, only it's applied to real life. That'd be pretty fantastic, if you ask me. It'd be pretty cool. Otherwise, you could also do things like a virtual girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever kind of lover you want. I'm sure that's coming. That's what she said. I'm sure that's coming, but it's not really something that's there yet. The idea of virtual reality that you can apply in real life is, so far, all it did was they just showed them basically you treating it like a computer and sitting at a desk. That's not what augmented reality should be. That's virtual. It's just like a computer screen on your face. That's not really exactly what we're looking for. It's kind of weird because we're talking about AAA companies. There's 4 different versions of augmented reality coming out. And honestly, it should not be a standalone computer. The Apple Vision is like a standalone computer you put on your face. It should be just a screen. And your phone should do the processing for the screen. It should do everything outside of. The only thing that should be on your face is the screen itself and instrumentation. So if it needs to have sensors or something like that, things that you can't otherwise has to be in a shell. But in the case of processing power and what you want to do the work, it should be your phone, which this is already a computer. This is already something you carry around. And they're getting extremely fast, right? And there should be the ability to merge between the two. It should literally just be an extension of your cell phone. And not just have the apps, which they did show in the Vision Pro, which is just the apps floating around the screen, but that's basically just the phone is doing all the work instead of the visor. Because then you have to have basically 2 computers. You have to have the Vision Pro, and then you have to have a cell phone. And at the end of the day, you want as light, whatever you put on your face should be as light as humanly possible. Otherwise, it causes fatigue, which people were talking about with the Apple Pro already. So, it's cool. It's also extremely expensive, and they try to lock you into They try to lock you into the Appleverse, which is something I'm not a fan of. Apple is not very consumer friendly at all, and as such, you're going to really get fucked by it. And they're already talking about differentiating between Vision Pro apps and just like the normal apps in the App Store, and they're probably going to start charging you more money for Vision Pro apps as opposed to normal apps. There's a lot. It's basically all Apple's wet dream is to nickel and dime the shit out of you, and it's one of the reasons I'm also not completely for Apple doing this, because it doesn't matter if they do it well, because at the end of the day, you're going to want something more along the lines of Android or Google doing something, because they're more open-ended and allows more developers to actually weigh in instead of a closed ecosystem. Retake, yeah. It's all in development, though. It's all in flux. Apple basically has the most fleshed out version of augmented reality so far. It's a far cry from what everyone wants. And like I said, here it says tomorrow's ideas, today's tech. I think that's the opposite. I think it is today's ideas with tomorrow's tech, because they're trying to figure out what to do with it, and they don't really have anything. If you look at the demos and everything there, they don't really have anything of like merit. It's just like the best case scenario is like, hey, look, there's a screen floating in the room, you know, and you're like, it's a TV. And you're like, do I want to wear a TV? Not really. Like, that's not really where you want to go with things, right? Yeah, like I'm not gonna watch every video on it, but we looked at Verge. Like, I don't really want to get into it because it's an interesting topic. I very much think augmented reality. When they did virtual reality, they should not have stopped. Like the Oculus Rift with like Carmack, I think. Yeah, like John Carmack. He just stopped. He's like, oh, well, we did the headset. That's it. You know, let's pack our bags up, go out. No, the step from virtual reality is augmented reality, because we can't jack into the Matrix yet, because you still, like, all your senses are basically missing from the augmented reality for the first place. Like, touch is what really matters to make you think it's reality, right? It's just completely missing. Despite the fact that they're working on it, like augmented or like the Matrix level virtual reality is nowhere close. Augmented reality, on the other hand, is something very much that could go somewhere. And they didn't. They're just like, hey, look, you know, like we got the Vive, we got the Oculus Rift, and then Microsoft, what they have their own headset too. Yeah, it's all, yeah, it's there. You got your virtual reality headset, and then, you know, like the best case scenario for virtual reality is like VR chat. And you're like, well, this is a very limited use, and then no one really bought it. Augmented reality is something where I could see people wearing around headsets all the time in the future. It is basically you having basically reality, only you, instead of pulling out your cell phone's just always there. And then your cell phone is more interactive. Like Pokemon Go would be another example of augmented reality, right? Remember where the Pokemon Go craze, and you could go out and you'd see like a Pokemon standing there? It could do the same thing, only much better, right? That's basically augmented reality. Just a couple pair of glasses with a blow-up doll, and that's your touch. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's killer application. There's a lot of the newer generations, I think, are kind of happy with just not having real touch, because then they don't have to deal with real people, and that's kind of interesting in and of itself. But the eventuality, you can't really you can think how weird it is, but the eventuality is people are actually just interested in basically a non-real life partner. As it turns out, you think people really need to have an engaging interaction with people, and it turns out they don't. They can actually talk with ChatGPT and get confused that they aren't talking to a real person. So, you know, at what level? It's kind of sad, but at what level do you actually need to have a real person there? You could put ChatGPT into Apple Vision Pro and have, you know, Krieger-san's girlfriend from Archer. Krieger-san's girlfriend just Kamiso or whatever her name is, just walking around in just your room. And I think there's actually a lot of people that would be pretty interested in that, putting aside the adult aspect for that, just the companionship aspect from it, I think is something people would actually be interested in. by population, pretty much. It's already starting to go down. The popular stat I like going back to is Pew Research did research on like dating in the 18, like a bunch of different demographics. They basically did, Pew Research does a bunch of polls and like tries to do like legitimate research, and they found out men 18 to 30 is like 63% of them are single, which normally is supposed to be around like 32. Yeah. And like on top of it, like as people become smarter and better educated, they aren't having more oopsies, which is, you know, it doesn't actually seem, if you think about it, I'm pretty sure the majority of kids are oopsies. And that's not saying there's anything bad with it. You can love oopsies for sure. But it like, you know, it just kind of happens. They're like, well, I guess we're having a kid now, right? You know, it's one of those things, as opposed to a well thought out thing of let's have a kid right now, right? I think it's just one of these things where it just kind of happens, and we've reached a point where now everyone's like, maybe we shouldn't have kids now. Maybe we shouldn't do this, you know? And, you know, well, it's good because you aren't ending up with, like, let's say, teen pregnancies as much. A lot of times it's actually important to have just, like, we need to have basically a break-even TFR, which I think is 2.1. So for every male and female, you need to have 2.1 kids in order to break even and not actually to replace you, to not, you know, lose population. We're below that now. So, yeah. Mentioned all the sick fucks dating kids and whatnot. You talking about in virtual reality or what? If you're talking about, like, I meant like AI. I'm not talking about like Kamitsu like a real person. I meant like it's ChatGPT walking around in your room. So. Well, I mean, I guess whatever line you want to draw in the sand, you can, and point fingers at people. Sure. Yeah. The whole idea, people below the age of 18 are mentally developed. You could even say the same thing about people below 20 to 23. So for me personally, like, I'm not interested generally in people below 23 to 24 in age, and it's been this way for a long time, basically since I've been in college. The reason for it is you haven't left college, you haven't gone career, life expectations, so you haven't really gone out into the world and you don't really know what's out there. It leads to a very adolescent and young mindset. A lot of people change, and in the case of ChatGPT, there isn't an age there. It doesn't really matter what you want to think about it. It just, ChatGPT is an AI. It's, at the end of the day, it's a fucking AI, so I don't know. But you can draw lines in the sand there. I'm not exactly sure how so you'd have to come up with a way to age gate ChatGPT to make ChatGPT younger than they actually are, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That's, yeah. I don't think that would really lead to the scenario in which you envision, the same way that killing people in video games leads to the scenario where everyone's killing people because they play video games. That's kind of a rabbit hole to go down in and of itself, though. But people, assuming you're an adult, should be able to differentiate between reality and fantasy and pick and choose where you're doing what, right? This comes down to things. That's a weird one. There's a lot of ways you can parse that, and I don't know. Like, I'm just discussing the implementations of the possibility of augmented reality, and then you're like, hey, let's have this deep, dark conversation about ChatGPT, and you're like, okay. What? Oh, I don't think it does come out. You are a person that exhibits self-control, and you don't do things just because you think them, because you are better than that, right? Like, yeah, is what it comes down to. I don't know what you are as a person, but you know, regardless of you thinking like, oh, I really hate this person, you know, I'd like to do harm to them, doesn't mean you go and do harm to them, right? No. Okay. Enough of this, guys. What the fuck is that conversation just out of nowhere? Yeah, alright. Yeah, no. I'm just talking about Google Maps in real life, and... Yeah, alright. Alright, buddy. Good. Fucking weird. That's a bridge people will cross as they get to it. It's like with AI, where there is a really huge rebellion against, like, AI and taking jobs away, because creatives really know that it's actually going to influence their ability to find work, because it does do a really good job. It does a decent job. Not a really good job. It does a decent job at making art. Does a decent job at making music. Yeah. Making assets in general that's normally someone's job. Yeah. And it can do code, which I've used it to code. Is it going to be like, you know, end of the world coding? No. Is it going to be something you still have to troubleshoot? Yeah. But can it do a decent job? Yeah. It's like having an intern, or having someone that works under you that is able to basically expedite whatever you're doing. You still have to use critical thinking. You still have to vet the work. You still have to go over and look at it yourself. But it's like having an intern or someone that just does work for you, and it really makes a huge difference. And people know it, and they're already trying to crush it, right? Like, the thing is, you can't get rid of AI, even if you try. It just means you're going to outsource work to another country that then uses AI while the U.S. doesn't use AI, is what it comes down to. There's no way to get rid of AI. It's you can't put that back in the bottle. People are going to try, and they are trying right now, because they realize the saying, guys, the flak is heaviest, the closest to the target, is true for so many things in life once you realize it. So when there's a giant outcry, that, like, people get triggered extremely easily about something, it probably means you're really close to basically touching a nerve, or close to something that they know actually is a big deal, right? And I am a big deal, but ChatGPT or AI in general, people realize how big of a deal that's going to make in life, and they're already freaking out over it. But that's like the cart before the horse sort of thing, though, because we haven't even gotten to the point of it actually doing work, right? People are already trying to kill it in the cradle, so to speak, and that's not really where we want to be. Good. Okay. And as always, people trying to message me right when I'm actually streaming. Fucking fantastic. Can you use it as a computer monitor? Yeah. So the Apple Vision Pro, I didn't see that right away, but the Apple Vision Pro you can actually use as a way to, you can basically transmit screens from, like, your computer or your tablet, I think, to the Apple Vision Pro. But, like, you can't, there's no interaction. This is why I said it's tomorrow's, or today's tech with tomorrow's ideas. Or today's ideas with tomorrow's tech. I keep confusing that, which direction that's going. is because there's no way to interact with another headset. So if someone's in the room, the coolest thing you can do is actually share interactions with each other, right? The virtual reactions with each other, and you can't. So, yeah. In particular, the pixel thing on Reddit. There's a lot of pixel things on Reddit. Asu, I do not play. I got it at one point for aim training, and turned out that I didn't really do much, so I didn't play it all that much. Asu is kind of like a game in and of itself. Today's tech with tomorrow's ideas. Yeah, today's ideas with tomorrow's tech, because it's something that no one owns yet. But either way, it like the ideas are not they aren't well thought out, and that's the thing. It's like the guy, the video title is implying that it's like trying to do something that it can't yet, and I don't think that's the case at all. I don't think they've figured out what it can do and what they want it to do. Pretty good. Okay. Alright guys, let's move along. We're going to do the OW2s here now. And find some cheators. Lots and lots of cheators. And we had some angry people visit my chat in the last couple days here. That apparently do not like being reported. Despite the fact that I don't ban people, by the way. I like reporting people in no way, shape, or form gets people banned. There's a lot of people that seem to take a real big... The flak is always heaviest closest to the target. They take a real big offense to you reporting them, which is curious. Because at the end of the day, if they aren't cheating, like, it's not going to matter at all, right? Yeah, like, at all. And the weird thing is, it seems to matter to them. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Flak is heaviest closest to the target, meaning just like it's a saying from World War II. When they're bombing stuff, the flak gets heavier the closer you get to the target, right? Because there's more anti-air. Yeah, it's very straightforward. It's straight to the point. Yeah. Good though. Okay. I'm gonna go wash my coffee cup out, guys. Grab a soda, grab a water. Use the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, maybe I lied. This might actually take a bit here, guys. This is unfortunate. Someone just started talking to me that I haven't talked to in a while. Fuck. History Chuck E. Cheese. Definitely interested. Take a look at the Apple Vision Pro. Like I said, it's fucking weird, guys. Like, I can talk to people basically any other time of the day, and then they only want to talk to me when I'm streaming, which is fucking weird because they don't know I'm streaming. Assumedly, don't know I'm streaming. I lied. Back to just chatting we go. Okay. Let's take a look at the Vision Pro review.
I actually love this thing.
Since that's what we're talking
I
about
love
anyways.
this thing. Not because it's flawless or anything. It is far from flawless. But because it's actually interesting.
Start of
like, don't forget the last
augmented reality,
3 years of Apple product review comments are just that's boring. Oh, it's just a spec bump.
because they haven't figured out how to embed augmented reality into reality. That's the kicker. It doesn't matter what the device is. It doesn't matter what the specs are. It's about implementation. Today's ideas with tomorrow's tech, guys.
hardly change anything or try anything new these days. But this thing is interesting. It's risky, and most of all, it's new. Now, it's actually not fundamentally new. It's a VR headset, but it's new for Apple. And there are a bunch of things in here that are new in a way that only Apple would try. And just as interesting as this individual product is the possible future that this implies. Like, when you get a first generation product like this, you sort of automatically assume that there are goals for its future, that it'll have another generation and another one after that, and that there is some goal for what this will turn into.
I don't know what to do with it
down the road, because we saw what happened with the iPhone and the Mac and the iPad and all sorts of other first generation products.
Basically,
And on top
the
of all of
smartphones
that,
were kind of like the first
as far as
generation
I
was just
know,
kind of what they
Apple
were
has
and
never
what they are. They haven't really
released any
transformed
other
past the smart
first-generation
generation
product
of
with the word
smartphone.
Pro already in the name, which comes with a whole nother set of implications. So, is the world ready for all of this? Let's get into it.
Augmented reality, really cool, guys.
So I might be one of the 20 people outside of Apple who has been using the Vision Pro the most over the past 2 weeks. Like, I've spent hours in this thing with both bands, with multiple Macs, in different setups, different rooms, indoors and outdoors, lightness and darkness. There are parts of this thing that are absolutely amazing. unparalleled, best I've ever seen. But
This is where we're going back to basically it just being a media consumption device, guys, which is not what augmented reality should be. This should not be the killer app for augmented reality, is this.
The reason it's so interesting is because it's actually new, and there are downfalls and flaws and trade-offs that come alongside all of this stuff. So at the end of the last video, I gave you guys a sort of a preview of my pros and cons list. If you haven't already watched that video, it is definitely worth watching, almost like a prequel to this one. It is a 30-minute monster all about how to use this thing, how it works, what's inside, what it's capable of. And then at the end, I got to my upsides, which are immersiveness, placement in space, eye tracking and hand control, pass-through, ecosystem, and spatial audio, and the downsides, which are weight and comfort, the eyes on the outside, app selection right now, battery life, and price. So okay, for starters, I want to amend immersiveness to fidelity. I think that's more accurate here. I have used a bunch of different VR headsets now, and this Vision Pro has the sharpest, best looking
This is the weird thing.
display.
This is the weird thing, guys, which is where
where
augmented reality and virtual reality, like you could actually update a pair of virtual reality headset to augmented reality, right? And they didn't do that because basically all it involves is having a camera on the front that then can display what you're seeing on your visor itself. It doesn't need to be see-through.
To be an even multiple. And Apple says that they calibrate every single one of these Vision Pro displays from the factory for maximum color accuracy. They're really good, and this is a big reason why this headset is so expensive. But then, and this is going to be a recurring theme here, the Vision Pro runs up against the technology of today not being quite advanced enough to accomplish what they were probably hoping as ideal.
I disagree.
So
like it doesn't need to.
Right?
You don't need to have a
amazing.
see-through display.
There are so many pixels, but because there's so many pixels, the computer inside
You don't need to
cannot
display your
actually
eyeballs
render
on the outside of
everything
it.
in high
That's just like a
resolution all
gimmick.
the time at 90 hertz. So instead, it does something clever. It combines the insanely fast eye tracking with what's called foveated rendering, meaning it's only actually rendering in high resolution exactly what you're looking at when you're looking at it. The rest is soft and fuzzy. That actually works really well because that's exactly how our eyes work. It's really clever. Like, you don't think about it, but the thing that you're looking at the moment is sharp, but then the rest of your peripheral vision is soft and fuzzy, and that's fine. So really now, all of the computing work is being done to track your eyes as fast as possible so that there's no lag between when you look at something and when it becomes sharp. Fun fact, you can actually see this in screen recordings from the Vision Pro. You can see the piece of the screen that I'm looking at is sharp, and then everything else around it, even parts of the same window, are fuzzy on purpose. But to my eye, that looks totally natural because I'm focusing on one thing at a time. I found that you can also screen record with developer mode in Xcode, and that'll make the clips 4K, and it'll render everything in HQ all at once. But every time I did that, it would be choppy and scrolling would be slow and jittery. And I'm thinking that's just because the computers aren't really used to rendering everything in high quality all the time. So it looks like a higher quality recording, but the second I did any scrolling, it didn't look as good, so I just didn't use those recordings as often. So the screens are great. The position tracking of objects in space are great. The eye tracking is incredibly good. The one ding against immersion on the Vision Pro, though, and not a lot of people are talking about this, but it's the field of view. See, the first few times you use this headset, you don't even really think about it that much. You're so distracted by all the fun and the newness and how cool it is that your eyes are controlling the thing. But eventually you start to poke around the edges, and it turns out, you know how people are saying it kind of looks like ski goggles from the outside?
It does.
Well, it also kind of looks like ski goggles from the inside a little bit too. Again, the middle is super sharp and incredibly impressive. But if I can do my best here through a YouTube video, the edges of the headset are a little bit further in than the edges of your vision. And so there's a little bit of like a cone effect going on, and there's some chromatic aberration around the outside. So you kind of have this slight feeling of looking into a large tunnel at everything. There are actually no field of view numbers published by Apple anywhere about Vision Pro as far as I can tell. And I kind of think that's on purpose because I have noticed from using them both looking into a large tunnel at everything. There are actually no field of view numbers published by Apple anywhere about Vision Pro as far as I can tell. And I kind of think that's on purpose because I have noticed from using them both that the Quest 3 has a better, wider field of view just looking inside the headset. So if I could change one thing about the Vision Pro to make it more immersive, it would be a wider field of view. No question. Vision Pro has the best pass-through of any headset I've ever used. That much is super clear to me. And weirdly enough, this doesn't actually surprise me either. Maybe because this is one of the products that makes it so obvious that they're thinking a lot about the future. Like Apple talks a lot about AR and how they want things to just be clear and just overlaying things onto your real world. But with today's technology, again, that's not quite possible yet. So instead, they have a VR headset, but they're using the highest quality camera feeds possible and the highest quality displays on the inside possible to let you almost feel like you're looking through it at the
So
real
the
world.
start
So
of
you put
this,
headset
start
on,
of
and
augmented
the
reality
first thing you
was
see
arguably
is
Google
pass-through.
Glass, right?
I mean, you might as well call
But
it
Google Glass is
transparency
more of a
mode.
display,
And the
like a
sharpness
cell
and the
phone on your
colors
face,
and
as
the very
opposed
low
to
latency are all so
being
good
able
that
to
I
overlay
really
virtual
don't
reality inside of it.
experience
It's kind of
any
weird
eye
that Google
fatigue,
killed
no
it off.
matter
It
how
was
long
Google,
I
Google
am
Glass was
in
literally like
this pass-through
a
mode.
decade
Despite the
ahead of
fact
its
being
time.
inches from these
Which
screens,
people
I can
complain, like one of the
interact
things
with
that
the
killed
real
off
world
Google
around
Glass
me,
was the
pick
fact
things up
that
and look at them. I can walk around between
it can
rooms
record
and not
videos all the
trip on
time, the
things.
negative
I
feedback,
tried
right?
having people throw
But
things at
everyone's
me,
recording
and I
videos
could
all the
just
time
catch
nowadays
them.
anyways,
I
right?
played table tennis successfully with the headset on, which is crazy if you think about what's actually happening here. The total latency, Apple says, is 12 milliseconds. That's from the outside light hitting the outside sensors to the inside image being updated and hitting your eyeballs. That's incredibly fast. And that includes the exposure time of the cameras. That's the specially designed R1 chip at work. But, as Neil from The Verge has put it, it's still cameras and screens. Like, the technology of today isn't magic, so you still have to expose a camera sensor and set ISO and shutter speed, etc. And you can kind of play around with this a bit just by looking around, like at bright objects or high dynamic range environments. And you know what? For the variety of situations I've thrown at this thing, it's handled it very impressively the whole time, mostly prioritizing smoothness and high shutter speeds at the expense of cranking up the ISO and getting way more noise, especially in darker environments. But you can still see stuff like the hand occlusion break sometimes or look really janky when you put your hand in front of something. You can still see objects start to float a little bit more in X, Y, and Z space when you're in much lower lighting as opposed to the usual perfect position. Again, it's the best I've ever seen with today's tech, but it definitely still has a long way.
There's no other versions of this besides virtual reality goggles. There isn't really see-through goggles. They don't really exist. There's like no cameras. Maybe there's something special for augmented reality or virtual reality, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, this is like the first. There really isn't any comparison points to go, this is so much better than everything else that's been done, because there isn't really anything that's been done. And what's been done is basically VR headsets, and the VR headsets only display VR, right? They don't display reality, unfortunately. Guys like me watching a video, honestly, or something.
The ecosystem is, I would say, the strongest argument for a regular person going out and buying today's version of the Vision Pro. Like I every time a new big product comes out or whatever, I get like texts from people. Oh, hey Marquez, I know you already made like a 30-minute video about it, and like unboxed it and did all that, but like, what do you really think about the Vision Pro? Like, is it good enough? Should I get one? And truthfully,
no.
Probably not, but I will say that there are a good amount of things.
Well, you also shouldn't discourage early adopters, right? You need people to buy the really expensive shit, so then maybe someday I'll be able to afford the $900 version of this or whatever.
Works perfectly just like any iPhone or iPad on your account.
So far, I'm not interested in watching photos or a movie on my headset, on my face. This is not remotely interesting.
Little things too, like continuity, so I can copy some text on my Mac or my iPhone and then hit paste and it shows up in the Vision Pro. But there's two really impressive ones to me for very different specific reasons. FaceTime and Mac Virtual Display. See, FaceTime is the most only Apple could ship this thing I've seen in a long time. From the personas scanned in from the cameras on the front of the headset to the positional tracking and responsiveness.
Hey, this is like VR audio, almost.
It's all so well thought out that
it's actually kind of cool.
Everyone on the call gets past the initial what is this? The shock, the moment they first see the virtual version of you. Once they first get past that, then it actually kind of slowly gets easier and it feels way more like a normal conversation than a normal FaceTime. And it trades the downside of not being able to hold up objects to your camera for a button that can switch to a real-time first-person view where you can use both hands
Actually pretty
instead
cool.
of one. Does the audio from these speakers
Would I ever
still
wanna
bleed
do
out
that?
into the
No.
rest of the world, so anything over half
No.
volume is incredibly audible to
Like
everyone in the
augmented
room
reality
around
is
you?
like all these things put together, right?
Yeah.
And this is kind of like
But does it also
Once
still
again,
sound
today's
really
ideas with
impressive
tomorrow's
for not
tech.
actually being real headphones?
not the other way around.
Yeah, but the other thing is Mac Virtual Display. This is my #1 favorite feature of the Vision Pro, even over like watching movies and stuff. Now, first of all, yes, you can already do remote desktop viewing on something like a Quest 3. It's great. I love that too. But this one is way more interesting. So this is connecting to your Mac and then intaking and re-rendering a new virtual display for your Mac. Not mirroring what's
Productivity
already
thing.
being shown by your computer. So you can use your Mac with all of its existing controls you're already using with it, but make your new monitor literally as big as you want. And then you can open up
Today's ideas,
simultaneous
tomorrow's
Vision
tech.
Pro apps all around that Mac display and place them all around the room wherever you want. Over the walls, floating in midair, pin them to other objects, whatever. You can go nuts. Now, is this perfect? No. There are definitely trade-offs, from even the little things like not being able to see your keyboard when you're in an immersive environment, to only being able to have a single virtual Mac monitor at a time, to always having to look where you're controlling. I keep telling you guys, there's definitely extra brain cycles involved here. But I do still think that despite all
If
that, this
you
is-
have a
this is
cell
my
phone
#1
that also
favorite
functions
feature
as
of
the
this
computer aspect of
Vision
this,
Pro.
and
The
that's
#1
just a
thing that
display,
you can buy it for and do that
you can
couldn't
then use
do
this as a
with
touchpad
any
as
other
well,
Apple
right?
product.
And touchpads
I mean,
are pretty
it's the
well
difference
thought out
between
already.
Looking like this in a coffee shop or looking like this in a coffee shop. Pick your poison, I guess. I also had a moment where I was using the Vision Pro for a while and I had my Mac and some other monitors around me, and then I took it off and then I went and did something, and then I came back, and before I put the headset back on, I looked up at the wall to where I thought a window was gonna be, but I don't know if that says more about the headset or about me. But speaking of apps, we got to get into the weaknesses. And the app situation on Vision Pro right now is one of them. So this is the home screen of the Vision Pro. It has all of your apps. You can't rearrange them. It's always alphabetical. And this is a developing situation that will record and improve over time. But as of right now, as I record this on launch day, there are literally 600 apps made for the Vision Pro. And that sounds like a lot at first, but then kind of
How many
not a
actually
lot.
have
There
an
are also
augmented
the
reality
millions of
aspect to
other
them, and they're
apps
just
that are made
screens?
for the iPad that
Yeah.
are compatible with the Vision Pro
Yeah.
that will show up, but there's 600 apps made specifically for the Vision Pro. The few apps that are showing up here are pretty incredible, and they all kind of find unique and creative ways to take advantage of the 3D space. And I fully believe the rest of the developers are also kind of still trying to figure out what to do with the 3D space in their own apps, or even if it makes sense to do anything at all beyond the normal iPad app. But
Yep.
at this point right now, today, I honestly believe that there are way more cool ideas about VR and AR experiences than there are actual apps. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some cool apps, and like I said, I've shown some in the past video. There are some more in
Today's
this
ideas,
video,
tomorrow's
and
tech.
there will be more that pop up every day. But have you seen that video of gamifying vacuum cleaning so that you can actually cover your entire floor space like a game? It's not a real app, but if it was, it would be pretty sick, and I would totally use it. Or maybe you've seen that other video of watching an F1 race in Vision Pro. It is so sick. It's like there's a virtual track overlaid into your space so you can keep track of everything happening at once.
Pretty cool.
Plus the times and, smaller video feeds of the battles around different points of the track. This looks genuinely
This would be
better than an
fantastic with
actual
D&D,
TV
guys.
broadcast
Imagine doing
experience.
D&D with this.
But it's also not a real app yet. It's just a concept.
Uh-huh.
And I've seen all kinds of other stuff. And
Today's
I wanna
ideas, tomorrow's
watch
tech.
an NBA game courtside in the Vision Pro too, but that
Opposite of what
experience
he
doesn't
said.
seem to exist yet either. Whatever it is,
Yeah,
about
augmented reality is really
Apple
fucking
jumping
cool.
into this new
None of this
space
is here.
and all the implications of like, oh, okay, the tech is gonna start to get better now.
They just
This
made
sort
the
of
device.
unlocked
It's
this
the
new
software.
creative
It's the
layer for people
ideas.
to dream of new AR and VR experiences, and it'll be up to developers to actually make that stuff happen over time with the constraints of today's technology. But as of right now, not a lot of apps. Also, no YouTube app, no Netflix app. There's no Spotify app. There's no
Because it's a
TikTok
closed
app
ecosystem.
yet. I hope that Apple can sort of patch up the relationship with these developers, because getting those apps will make this a better
Wait for
product,
Google's
but
implementation,
as of
guys.
right now, that is definitely a weakness of this first-gen product. All right, I'm not the only one who's been saying this, but this is not the most comfortable headset. And I figured out why. So first of all, everyone's mentioned the weight, and it's true. It does weigh like 25% more than a lot of other headsets. Like take the Quest 3, for example, probably the most popular one, familiar to most people. That's mostly plastic, and it weighs 515 grams. So Vision Pro, being made of metal and having all this glass,
Yeah.
weighing in at nearly 650 grams, it kind of seems like Apple just didn't care about the weight. But
Yep, they just wanted to feel quality. And like we talked about, all that this should really be is a display with maybe instrumentation on it that keeps track of like cameras and such, keeps track of things that it needs to, gyroscopic, and everything else should be on your phone or something you can put in your pocket, because it is much easier to deal with a pocket computer than it is to deal with something on your face. Like glasses are very, very light, right? And if they aren't, like maybe years ago, if you bought glasses, like if they're made of actual glass, very heavy and they create strain on the bridge of your nose or on your ears, and like you start to feel it after a while if you don't get glasses that are fitted well to your face, like they push on your temples or whatever. It causes headaches. All that matters, especially if you're talking about a device that you will inevitably be wearing 24/7. Basically, since you wake up and you shower with it on, but and maybe not shower with it on, you shower with it on, and then you take it off at night because it's literally just going to be, how often you carry around your cell phone? It literally goes everywhere with you. And I know it seems kind of like a far-fetched idea that people would be wearing these all the time, but yeah, they would. The eventuality is until we can literally put the chip in here into our brain, which is what Neuralink eventually is going to be, right? From Musk, from Musk, or whatever variant of Neuralink happens. Until that happens, where we can legitimately jack into a brain, into the matrix, where it basically interacts with our brain. This is the in between, and this should have been done years ago. This should have been the evolution after virtual reality, and it didn't happen. Carmack just packed up his bags and he fucking left. Yeah, he made the Oculus Rift and basically kickstarted VR, and then he's like, "Oh, we're done now, guys. We're going home," and then he just went off, and he's now coding on an island somewhere doing something, and this is where we're supposed to go, and it just didn't happen. Very weird.
I don't think that's the case.
And it would have been much better if Oculus did it, because Apple wants to nickel and dime the shit out of you.
This is built incredibly efficiently. There's carbon fiber in here, magnesium, all sorts of other lightweight materials. Now, there's still lots of obvious heft on it, but 25% more weight shouldn't be the difference between comfortable and like, I need to do neck exercises. No, the problem is this strap.
Computer.
This is the Solo Knit strap. This is the strap that's in all the commercials that everybody sees. This is what's on Apple's website. It's in all the Apple stores because it looks so cool. And I think when Apple was probably first deciding,
it used to be like a headgear.
Into this VR headset market, how do we differentiate ourselves? We got to reinvent a few things, like the input method and all this stuff. I think they thought the strap had to be one of them, and that's how we got this thing. And I think Dave 2D was spot on in his recent video. VR headsets just kind of all look dumb, and the straps on them
they look dumb till everyone's wearing them.
Universally lame looking. And this strap is just so much cooler. You put it on, it's the
weight does matter, by the way, because your neck and your head is not used to having weight on it at all.
It has this little adjustment thing on the outside. So
I don't think even change. There's people that use VR headsets to talk about the weight and the fatigue they cause.
This must have taken a lot of R&D to get this thing to look iconic and actually be functional. This is sick. But when you put it on, you sort of tighten it up against the front of your face, and it's squeezing it up against your face, all of the weight up at the front against.
One thing you really notice with like glasses that don't fit well is you immediately notice the pressure on your face, and that causes, just like with acupuncture,
tighten it to
it causes fatigue.
The more uncomfortable it gets, and it's so hard to wear this for more than about 30, 45 minutes. After 45 minutes, I really do need to take this off. So It's not your neck as much as it's just all the pressure on the front of your face. And Apple knows this, and that's why they've included in the box this second band. This is the dual
The
loop
headgear.
band, and it's super easy to pop this
The
off
headgear.
and pop this one on. Now, it's not as cool looking as the solo knit band, and it's going to mess up your hair more than the solo knit band, and it's not as easy to
one you don't wear
adjust
around your
as
friends?
the solo knit band. You're literally like trying to find and attach Velcro blindly at the top of your head. Basically, it's almost as lame looking as every other VR headset strap.
I think
But
other
it turns
VRs
out
did it
they
better,
all
by the
look
way.
like this for a reason, and oh my god, is it so
And
much
one of which is there needs to be the ability to pull up on the top. There's nothing here to connect to it, so it's still connecting to the sides. So it's still going to droop on the bridge of your nose. That's why you need a strap that connects to the center to help pull it up, right? And there's nothing there.
much better for wearing it for a long time. I just recently did the last episode of the Waveform podcast. You can go subscribe over there. I wore the headset for the entire thing, a 2-hour recording, and I could never have done that with the solo knit band. And that's because it's taking a ton of the pressure off of the front of your face and taking the weight and using the top of your head to support it instead. It's so much better. So if you're gonna just hand the headset to someone to use it for like 5 minutes, the solo knit band is great because it's super quick, doesn't mess up their hair, easy to adjust, boom. But if you plan on using this thing for an extensive period of time, yeah, the dual loop band is 100%
They
the
have
way to go.
trendy names for them. They didn't want to call it the headgear.
So I don't know if the eyes on the outside of this headset are actually accomplishing what Apple probably wanted them to accomplish. I think this again comes down to what we expect
another
Vision Pro
feature
to be
that they added
in the
into
future.
another feature they added into the device as a gimmick just to make themselves seem differentiated, which also adds weight and makes it look kind of weird, which is the differentiation aspect, but adds weight at the end of the day and just makes it something you don't even need. Yeah.
See-through glasses.
You could have made it look like the fucking Splinter Cell mask, right? You don't need to make eyeballs in it. Iconic Splinter Cell mask, right? Like there is all different sorts of things you can do. Are you playing audio? Yeah. There's a lot of things you could do to the mask to actually make it really look cool, and they just, yeah. I guess
Way down the line.
that's too outside
But that's
the
obviously not
ordinary.
possible with today's tech, so the closest we can get is a lenticular display that shows your eyes to the outside world, and so that you can see them and they can kind of see you. I don't know. At this point, I've tried my eyes, but also everyone else here at the studio has also scanned themselves in and tried eyesight, and it's just not very visible. Like the smooth glass of the headset
I would
is
totally
so
put someone else's
incredibly
eyeballs on mine.
reflective that there's almost always some light bouncing off it in a way that makes the eyes hard to see. And even if you can see it, it's pretty low resolution thanks to the lenticular display. And the bottom line is it doesn't actually feel like eye contact most of the time, which is very different from what you might have seen.
Dude,
in
they
the
should have made
past,
those cameras
especially for
front and
darker
center.
skin tones. And I was actually thinking about this, like this
Splinter
is
Cell.
so far from what I think I expected that I was wondering, does Apple in the next generation Vision Pro double down on eyesight?
They're 100%
or do
going
they
to double
get rid
down
of
on it. So
I think they have.
they have iconic things. Apple does iconic things, and they want it just like Betamax. They want it to work no matter what, so people, when they see it, know that it's Apple, right? And those eyeballs are going to stick to the next device. I think a lot of people that are going to use something like this and wear it around, like kids, it's like 20 to 30 demographic, or maybe even 30 to 40s, are probably going to opt for the Splinter Cell look as opposed to, which could actually just be normal cameras, by the way. Splinter Cell, those eyeballs on it are literally the cameras, not your eyes.
Have to keep it. Like it's such an iconic part of the headset that everyone's expecting it to stay. So it's got to be there. But also, this is Vision Pro, and I think that implies that we're going to get Apple Vision at some point down the road, which is like a less expensive version of this. And with that, do you take out eyesight, or does that still appear in the lower end version?
They probably have a copyright already for the
time will
eyesight, or a patent on the,
So, look,
the
at the end of the
eyeballs
day,
on it.
When I'm answering
That's
those
also another
texts
thing.
about what do people want to know what I really think about Vision Pro, I think the Vision Pro is a really expensive, really fun toy. Like this is an
Be a consumption
incredibly
device.
fun piece of tech to play with. And I am loving watching the pieces of media built specifically for Vision Pro. I am loving playing some of the new early games that are taking advantage of the 3D space and the hand controls. I am loving the idea of getting on a plane and editing videos on my Mac or watching a movie on a gigantic screen while the person next to me can't see any of what I'm doing. That stuff is all so sick. And if you're actually thinking about buying one, I think you should be able to expect to enjoy
augmented
all of that
reality
same
shouldn't just
stuff
be media
too.
consumption.
But definitely still note that all of the symptoms of a first generation product are definitely also still here. It's heavy. It's not a lot of apps. The battery life is meh.
The whole augmented reality
It's
aspect just
expensive.
isn't there.
So here's the bigger question.
The integration
the
between
Vision
virtual
Pro
reality. It's like the Verge
guaranteed success
review didn't cover it
in the
either.
future?
It's like augmented reality, like he's talking about the consumption and like the device itself. Augmented reality is not like, hey, look, we're consuming media on my face. It's cool, right? And then talk about the specifications, like how well it does the consumption of media. It's about the integration of virtual reality into reality, right? So apps or Pokemon Go, your ability to actually do stuff like you're talking about, like a little bit there with the racetrack, right? And that's not really even where, like, are there even any apps that do augmented reality for a device that is made for augmented reality? It doesn't even matter what the eyeballs look like. The weight is something people probably even deal with. It depends on how well integrated it is with the idea of augmented reality. We talked about where you can't just share like your experience that whatever you're doing with someone else. So they walk in and like you have a privacy mode where someone's on your non-private list and they can see all your windows, right? Stuff like that. Today's idea is tomorrow's tech.
Because the first generation iPhone had all of the same downfalls in its generation, and look at where we are now.
Not really.
So also,
I mean,
same with
also
the
not
watch,
really.
Same with
The original iPhone isn't really all that
But here's
different
the
from the
thing, you
current
can't
one.
just
It just
say
went
that
up in
other
terms of
stuff had
specs. Is all that
problems and it
changed
became
for the most
successful,
part.
therefore
The use
this one
case
having
and
problems
how you're
also
doing it is
means it's
basically
successful.
identical.
It doesn't work that way. There has to be something about this that people
Everything
actually
with
like
cell
that
phones
makes
have
them
improved
willing
in
to
terms of
overlook
specifications,
the first
but how you're
generation
using your device is
downfalls.
basically almost
And I
identical as to
think
when the
this
first
has
iPhone
it.
came out.
I think it has. I honestly, it's kind of just the sci-fi fun nature of like controlling things with your hands, moving windows around the room.
Yeah,
Like a
this
sci-fi
the
movie
augmented
on
reality
movies,
aspect.
You're probably right thinking of a certain
Yeah.
movie that has that sort of energy. This has that.
Oh.
And the fact that these ideas of what people want to do in VR are so universally well liked and so cool, that means that there's something here. There's something that people want even in this first generation. Now, will all this new attention on VR headsets in general shine a lot of light on all of the other much cheaper competitors that you should probably buy instead of this one, like the $500
I hope so.
Quest 3? Yeah. Now, will all this new developer attention in this VR AR space bring a lot of way cooler, way more awesome applications that will rapidly improve the value proposition of this $3,500 first gen headset? Yeah. Should you go out and buy one of these if you've...
What I'd be really hoping for, by the way, is if there's a way to retrofit a VR headset with augmented reality. So the sensors that are on here, VR headsets have a lot of sensors to begin with, but basically the ability to pass through basically your reality onto the VR headset, and then all of a sudden you have a lot of options, a lot more options, right? They don't have that though.
got the money.
Well, maybe
and
someone
you
does, I don't
saw
know,
one or
but
two
pretty sure they
really
don't have
cool
that.
looking apps that you want to try from the videos.
Like you put a camera on the
Sure,
front of
why
your
not?
Oculus
It's your
Rift,
money.
and all of a sudden you have
But
a
I'm already
augmented
very
reality
excited
headset.
for the next generation.
Pretty much. It's
Thanks
not
for
even the
watching.
next generation, it's the apps. Everything the apps.
Catch you guys in the next one.
Once again, virtual waifu is, or husbandu, depending on your preferences. Virtual waifu is, it's like that's the start of the killer apps, guys. It's the start of the dystopia, is the virtual waifu, and I'm surprised no one's really talking to. No one's, yeah, the stuff that really like. Easy go-to, Pokemon Go. Easy go-to, Google Maps, where you can actually see the streets and you can see the driving. What would be really cool is if you have the ability with Google Maps, then just like like zoom out to like a top-down view, and you can see where one of your friends' cars is approaching your location. And if they have like location sharing onto your thing, or you can even see them driving through the through buildings. Basically, you could see them driving in another part of the city. A lot of really cool shit that you could potentially do, and today's idea is tomorrow's tech is basically what this is, because no one really owns it for the most part. And you could totally do that. It depends on how much computing power you want to do. And Apple, as the forebearer of this, just literally just made a device that didn't make the apps to combine with them. He said there's 600 apps, but they're just compatible apps. So, fucking weird. Cool. Was interested in looking at augmented reality in general. Very cool stuff, and hope we'll see more of that in the future, which we will. People are going to be just wearing headsets, guys. That's the way it's going to come down to. Everyone's just going to be wearing a headset all the time. Eventuality. And I think there's a lot of other companies that kind of... Like, there's one that we saw at CES, which was just a pair of glasses that people were wearing. Also pretty cool. But, yeah. Okay. Now, we're going to play Overwatch 2. Since, obviously, the moment I started watching a video, the person I was talking to fucked off, so... Ah, fuck you. Like I said, I swear to God, it's like people can legitimately... I'm pretty sure they don't know I stream. I'm pretty sure they don't know I stream. Kick put me in the fucking desolate wasteland, which is watch party. Oh, no. No one visits it because it's not even on the front page. Alright. We're on the directory. It's not in the directory. You have to search for watch parties to find watch party directory. Now, we're going to play Overwatch 2. Find all the cheators and then get them in my stream and where they jerk off and think they're hot shit. By the way, if people criticize me for reporting people, guys, it's not going to stop me from reporting people. I'm just going to point that out. One, because I'm stubborn. Two, because it probably means there's something I should be looking at that they don't want me to see. So, yeah. Uh-huh. Alrighty. Black is heaviest, closest to the target. Yep. Guys, it's proven more and more, especially when people start throwing they throw all the poo at you. They'll throw every piece of poo they can find at you. It's like fucking monkeys chucking their feces at you. Kind of sad. Like, you know, the typical, you know, DBZ anime villain, you're just a monkey! You know, one of those things where Vegeta's screaming it at Goku. It sometimes honestly feels that way when I'm talking about a lot of my peers in humanity. Which is kind of sad. Obviously, there's a lot of people that are very smart, but then there's also a lot of people that I wish were smarter or more engaged. I don't know which it is. A lot of being smart just has to do with giving a shit. Like, how much do you care about something? Yeah. Okay. Got a delay on now, which actually, we went from our loss streak, guys, to almost win streak after turning a delay on, so you can take that for whatever that's worth, but I was basically 5 days in on our loss streak, where we're basically getting like 1 or 2 wins per night, and then I just went into a win streak yesterday, so... Yeah. I think my channel is big enough to get stream sniped, but turning delay on shouldn't drastically change my win rate. And it does. We'll see if it holds true today. Oh yeah? Are you actually a real person? I don't wanna sell you my soul. You can't have my social security number or my grandma's maiden name or my address. I'm not sending you 3 Bitcoin. Did I cover all the bases? I don't care if you have boobas. And I'm pretty sure you're also not a real person, so.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Hence why they don't respond to my commentary.
Double aerial positioning underway. Justice served. gap. Double terminated. Taking to the air. I don't think so. Splash. Double. Blasted. Forgot your parachute? Double. Increasing altitude. Double. Over and out. Move. Double. Triple kill. Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face. Float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish. Taking off. Double. Taken down. Double. Triple kill. Multiple targets eliminated. Blasted. Double. Going down. Picked off. Double. Move. Establishing aerial position. Double.
Good.
Notch the
Happy Monday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Oh, yeah.
double.
Not exactly sure why. So, like, Blizzard's half-assed implementation of streamer mode in this game is absurd. Why in the top left it shows you that I have a delay on? If you have stream snipers, why would you want to tell them I have a delay on? Right? So, is it supposed to be a subtle reminder of something that you're supposed to remember is turned on in the first place? Not exactly sure why.
Double.
Maybe you could push a hotkey that just reveals all the elements that are turned on. That would be useful, but they shouldn't know that I have delay on, right?
Blasted.
That adds to the frustration if you're trying to stream snipe someone and you don't know they actually have a delay on, and you keep joining games and you eventually get Q banned because you're a dumbass.
Where's your jetpack?
Always kind of blew my mind that it was on. In other games it doesn't show that shit because it doesn't make sense. Logically it doesn't make sense.
Double kill. Dispersing.
You're trying to hide, just tell everyone you're trying to hide, right? Crazy.
Move. Establishing aerial position. Double. Mind the gap. Justice reigns from above. Justice reigns from above. Double.
Is there even a cooldown on that?
Perfect hit. Double kill. Up and away.
Good? Good. Woo. Yeah. Oh, I have to put my laundry in? Oh my god. I should also put in a lasagna. Maybe after this game? Maybe I should try and go and preheat the oven.
Strike from above.
Hey, remember what we're fighting.
Greetings.
Hey!
Wait till you see me
Did they add that? Robot unlocks in 20 seconds. I haven't seen that before. Oh, my E was down. It just came up. Headshot. Pre-man at the guy through the wall. What was that? Soldier? Soldier they're pre-aiming through the wall at. Good? Good fucking shit. Huh? Thank you.
Sniper detected. The robot is with us now. Let's get pushing.
And headshot again. E-flick.
I don't stay down.
There's more of them than us.
On the move.
Huh?
We need to put a stop to their push.
Be good. You can still be good. You can still be good. While being up to no good.
Enemy here. En route. Aerial positioning underway.
And a headshot again.
Making another approach.
Beware the eye of
Repositioning.
So if it's not clear, guys, pretty sure we have a cheating widow. First game of the day. Fucking god.
On the move. Aerial positioning. I see an enemy. En route.
Really needed teammates. Hey.
Returning to battle.
Tango spotted.
Repositioning.
Take back the robot.
spirit sword.
Tactical visor activated.
Up and away.
Come with us.
Going here.
But we got it done.
Okay.
Justice reigns from above.
You can still be good. While being up to no good.
Keep an eye out. Enemy over here. I knew it.
Soft widow.
Taking to the air. Enemy here. On the move.
Irie kill.
Repulsion.
What are you doing over there?
I see an enemy.
And there's a widow just spamming shots, insta shots. Good. Good, good. No.
Okay. my
Ah, all headshots too. Congratulations, widow.
Robot here.
Increase. Enemy over here. Enemy here.
Look at it.
En route.
Dude, you see the icon vibrating? What's going on there?
It can still be good while being up to no good.
Is my monitor doing that? Here's my monitor. I thought that was only my mouse. Whoop. That's not what I want. Fuck off. Oh no. Luckily I bopped off that.
All systems nominal. Taking off. Enemy over here.
Rendezvous here.
Eyes here. I'm over here. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fucking widow just pops out and hits me. I think she shot. Maybe she didn't hit me. I definitely saw a shot go through my body. Pretty sure she shot me.
The skies await.
Fucking Christ.
En route. Stop their barricade. On the move. You better stay out of range. Repositioning. Justice
Got him.
reigns from above.
Oh. Hey, buddy. So each one of fucking Farrah's rockets does something absurd, like 80 damage or 100 damage.
Shake it off.
So, like, Tracer has, like, no chance of actually surviving that at all.
En route.
Although I probably could have killed her without doing that. Just had to make sure.
Aerial positioning underway.
Has the robot. Initiate search and rescue.
Dumbass.
On the move. Excellent. Enemy contact.
I've done that without him walking into my missiles, so.
Issuing an alert. Robot guard.
Missed it. No. The concussion missile, guys. Not very good, but 100% accurate, which is basically all that matters. So.
I see an enemy.
We have to meet their push and stop it.
En route.
And there's a widow. You ever miss? Nope. Did you miss?
Let's show him some air power.
30 seconds to live.
I'm taking off. I knew it would help.
What? Alright, buddy.
Tactical visor activated.
Oh.
Enemy on the move. Stop.
Blasted. Justice reigns from above. Stay with the robot. We're almost there. Splash.
Yeah. Guess you didn't have it set up to headshot me. Good for you. Still hit me. I should have started shooting at the Anna the moment I got shot at by the Anna.
I don't stay down.
Last stretch. We can win if we capture the robot.
Repositioning.
Revenge headshot.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
That must sting.
And cheating widow, which is this guy.
Play of the game.
Face me if you dare!
Not very good, but that's not really, doesn't really tell them much. Maybe not very good. But you instantly die, guys. Good. Good. Even widows in top 500 aren't 100% accurate, what it's worth. Go here, and then we go Widowmaker. Does this guy have a lot of games, though? Seven. About 52. Widowmaker. 38% weapon accuracy, 18% crits. That guy was not 38% accurate. See, this is the weird shit, is where you see stuff like this, and even this, if you encounter this guy, do you think he's actually going to be 30? That's like 6 out of 10 shots he misses. How the fuck do you end up with accuracy like that? Clearly that guy was not missing anything. Funny. $32.22. $9.21. Yeah, so 6 and 10 shots. That guy did not miss 6 and 10 shots. Ever. Fun.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude. Repositioning. Double cut of the world. Massive double deduct. Blasted. Establishing a carrying position. Got one. Double kill. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Miss.
Double kill. Blasted. Picked off.
That's SMG accuracy. Oh. I looked at crit accuracy. Yeah. The guy last match hit all of his shots. There are misses, which are due to hit registration, which still count as misses. But not not something everyone gets. Like, people don't end up with the same amount of hit registration misses. Yeah. Good for that guy, though.
Strike from above. Up and away.
With each mission, my techniques
Tee hee hee.
grow more optimized.
Tee hee hee, Mercy. Tee hee hee. Tee hee hee. Tee hee hee. Flying, Mercy. We're flying. Wow. Using me as a latch point and not healing me.
Hello.
Wow.
This is such a misuse of my technology.
I will not waste this affirmative.
Uh,
Aerial positioning. Attackers I don't think so.
oh, yeah. Bye.
Forgot your parachute? Increasing altitude.
Tried to get it underneath and I couldn't. Buddy. I jumped up too high. Can't shoot the dingly bits, guys. Dingle tech strikes again.
Time to kick some
Although I had less
establishing
available
aerial position.
dingly bits
Defend
there.
the objective. Enemy here. I see an enemy.
And there's a sniper. Good. Oh, well, that's the end of that. There's the Widow that's angry now. I think that's a Junkrat, isn't it?
I will not waste this.
Yep. Someone's using wall hacks to do pop shots. Can't fucking wait. This line of sight. Tried to shoot me through the little portico. Okay. I couldn't blow it up, guys. I tried. I got the McCree! Oh, that's great. His aim is vibrating, by the way. You can see it doing one of these things. It's fluttering. That's a better word. It's fluttering rather than vibrating.
I'm untouchable.
Which is not normal.
Increasing altitude. I knew I could count on you.
Man, I came out here for mercy. The whole reason we're down so low, guys, is to avoid pop shots. So the Widow can't pop up and insta-kill me. Which all Widows apparently can do, by the way. That's the whole reason we're doing this right now. Alright, bye. Yes, it is. Oh, and took too much damage.
Always more to learn.
On the move.
Enemy left here.
Taking off. Enemy here.
Get it?
Justice.
Bye.
Rains from above.
I will not waste this opportunity. Heroes never die.
Heads up. I see an enemy.
Positioning.
That's the Widow. Is now a soldier, by the way. It wasn't even the aimbot that killed me. Good.
Didn't expect a dogfight.
Walk through the wall. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Very good positioning.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. I require Stop the
Uh,
payload with everything you've got. Catch you later.
Marcy was too interested in killing the hamster herself.
Zenyatta is here.
Lost Mercy. Bye, Mercy. Right when I came out the door, like I specifically waited to do that. So I wouldn't get missiled. Pretty sure. That's the Widow, by the way. Very certain he's cheating. Like a bone mesh, too.
Positioning.
Taking off.
I don't have enough HP, guys. Soldier might also be cheating. Let's see.
I don't want to talk about it.
Probably gonna have to watch the replay on the Sojourn. I think we're just gonna report the Soldier at the end, though, which is the Widow. It's usually a pretty good, it's usually a pretty good sign when you get the Widows trying to pop shot and insta-kill you. There's something going on there. Step back.
Another approach.
Click back. And because I thought we could help the... Thought we could help the tank, and we couldn't. Holy shit! That was an insta. Holy fuck, he insta-locked me through the pillar.
Eyes await.
Insta-locks are basically where it gets to rage cheating, guys. Guess maybe too far. Instant dead. I needed to line of sight the Soldier and aim. The Widow went back, or not the Widow. The Soldier went back too far. It's like snapping all over too when it's on your model. Like it might even be a crude bone mesh, which has less. Basically, instead of using your model, it basically locks the bones on your body. rest of my HP. Try the chandelier and see how this works. Have to ignore the tank. Fucking missed the railgun, no way.
Increasing altitude.
Tank, please. This is the choke point, tank. This is the choke point. What are you doing? I don't know what our tank was doing there, guys. Tank's dead. And ours should be back. There he is. So they can't res him either. So we should more than likely win this. Yeah, because they lost their tank. Decided to res their Sojourn instead. Well, worth it. And cheating soldier galore. Alright, we're gonna take a look at Sojourn here, guys. That is... guy.
This ends now. That's one.
Righty. Good. This guy? Low reaction. Is that when he went Sojourn? Yeah, origin story acquired, guys. Origin story acquired. Yeah, it's the piggy. Trying to shoot me through the wall. It's always good. Bone, or not a bone mesh, hit scan aimbot. Possibly using a hit scan aimbot with Sojourn. Sojourn's obviously a projectile and needs to be led. Watching me through the wall. Accidental target swap to the Ana. Really wish it'd show you Sombras when they're invisible, and it doesn't. Target swap on lost the line of sight. Despite being partially exposed. Watching the tank through the cart. Tracking him through the cart, excuse me. Doing absolutely nothing. Possibly waiting for lock. information. You can't even hear, like, people are very, like, you can hear people very easily. Looks like he's looking at Anna just now. You can hear people very easily in the game, so when you're just, like, looking at random shit, it kind of strikes you as weird.
Payload stalled. Get on it. That feels much better.
Mercy through the wall.
Nice work, team. Keep it moving. Clear out.
Piggy through the wall?
Clear out.
Actually see that.
Clear out.
Nothing. That wasn't what I was talking about either.
Tactical visor activated.
I want that payload moving.
Game line instead of me through the wall. Aim on me. Really doesn't look like he's leading anything with the Sojourn, which I don't know why you'd play Sojourn if you're not actually going to lead the targets at all.
Not so fast.
Obviously, the closer he gets looking just directly at the pig through the wall. Obviously, the closer he gets, the less it matters, because Sojourn, while you do need to actually lead with him, with her, excuse me, it really matters a lot less the closer you get. Sojourn is a really fun hero. Mercy. Mercy.
I've got meds. Who needs them?
Apagando las luces.
Shooting at absolutely nothing. Like I mentioned before, guys, when people are using aimbots, like in terms of behavior, they function very similar as to people using aim assist, which they'll just hold down the trigger and wait for a lock. So they'll just shoot at basically nothing, shoot at air, shoot at corners. Well, corners are a little bit different because you can, like, you know, anticipate someone coming around. That's a little bit different. But it's not the same thing as a projectile hero where you just have a shitload of ammo to burn on suppression, right? So wasting a bunch of ammo when you might need it later on for the actual engagement is really dumb, unless you know there's someone there and they're about to walk out into it. Somber, by the way.
Area denied.
Tracking Somber through cart.
Precision and
It
control.
honestly looks like a hit scan aimbot that he's using on Sojourn right now.
Just what I was looking for.
Unlocked the moment the piggy went around the corner, then relock.
I'm on fire.
Punching through the wall. I think it was before they detached it. Right here. You guys see that? So it looks like the floor actually broke line of sight, and then the aimbot detached, and his aim just went all over. Not all over the place. It went to the left, where his cursor probably actually is. There. Target's right there. You can still see him. You can still see the top half pig. Pig's a very big target, and he's shooting at the ground on the left here. But then obviously he snaps back to the target. Our line of sight.
I'm on fire.
Accidental target swap to the pig from Junkrat.
Let's move this payload. This ends now.
firing at absolutely nothing. This is what I mentioned before about people using it like aim assist, which is they just hold down the trigger and waiting for lock. Then when it loses line of sight, just like with the pig, you just start shooting at absolutely nothing, despite not being anywhere over there. So like it's on me, and now he just starts shooting down here on the pillar. Absolutely nothing there. And you can easily see me. Wasn't even lost for that long either. Humanization. Get swapped off of Pig while he's almost dead. I guess he drank. While he swaps, he's drinking.
I'm on fire. My ultimate is charged.
Firing at nothing again. Trying to shoot the Kiriko through the wall. Ah, bless me, guys. Thank you. Thanks, chat. You're fantastic. Oh my god. Okay, enough of this. We probably actually just watched more of this, just because I wanted you guys to see kind of the juxtaposition. I'm pretty sure that's hit scan aimbot he was using with Sojourn, but it also has rail built in, because every time you had a rail charge, it would snap to a lead. So, but I don't think you really missed it all on this. Hit reg didn't miss it all. The rail. There's some deviation in there though. This guy. Oh, this guy was clearly cheating. Don't know. Alrighty. Not nearly as high-strung as Widowmaker was, though. / Soldier. Soldier's aim was going, like, on the model. Which is kind of like a shitty bone mesh. Normally there'll be more granularity to it. And as such, it just looks like normal aim. But you'll be able to figure it out based on deviation of the aim.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Aerial positioning underway. Blasted. Touch the sky.
Good. Now begins the wait process, guys. How long is it gonna be? I don't know. Who knows? It's the mystery delay. Do 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 do. Mystery. Do 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 do. Mystery delay. So if you're stream sniping, it's a pain in the ass. Do 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 do. Ah, why the fuck does it even tell people that you have a delay on? Yeah, fucking weird. The whole implementation of streamer mode in this game, guys, honestly feels like a slap in the face to people that ask for it. Like, how can you do the bare minimum and accomplish basically absolutely nothing? What was another game that had really shit streamer mode? Did Dead by Daylight originally have, like, a shitty version of streamer mode? No. I think, like, they didn't have one for the longest time, and then they eventually put one in, which was fantastic. It did everything that you wanted to. Good. Oh my god, it's teabagging me, guys. Not in the face. Oh, it's all over. Like, if I could play this game, guys, with no names on, and just, like, Tracer 232 or whatever, or, you know, just a random tag, I 100% would. You could review people without actually having any sort of bias associated with it. People would eventually be able to figure it out when you play with people. Be like, oh, that's XYZ. I just saw you play together. It's the same exact match, you know, and then people figure it out. But that's an astronomically small portion of the player base and people, or viewership, and people that aren't really probably even interested in putting in the work unless it's just random. Oh!
Where's your jetpack?
Oh, I said I was gonna put in a fucking lasagna! Well, so much for today. Like 2 hours right there. Oh. Bachelor food, guys. Mmm. Oh, speaking of which. Said I was looking at the accuracy. Was 44.31. There we go. Seven, so scoped or crit accuracy is higher. Obviously. 9. That's still 6 and 10. Okay. Ah! We're gonna get a cheating widow on a water tower? I love it! Can't wait! Just die over and over again to the cheating widow on a water tower. It's like a wet dream for someone just to sit up there and just insta-kill people. Can't wait. Alright. Off we go, guys.
Strange as it seems, I believe this place may have something to teach us.
Escort.
Aerial positioning underway.
I knew I could help them.
Oh, he's up top. No. Okay.
Making another approach. Increasing altitude. Just cutting down on the glare.
Travel time takes too long.
All systems nominal.
Yep.
En route. I see an enemy. Up and away. Dispersing. Justice rains from above. Enemy over here. Enemy here. Establishing the area. I don't think so.
Pride.
Nanobeast administered.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Into the iris.
My soul ignited.
What? Our tank's right there. The fuck is he doing? Like, I went in to help them and our tank was missing. What?
The payload is at a standstill.
Making another approach.
Enemies left here.
Taking to the air. Over there. Scatter. I see an enemy.
What the fuck is that?
You think I don't know my own mother's tricks? Taking off. Dispersing.
Hey, buddy. No! It stunned me! I was gonna ult him. Very unfortunate. You have to be really close to the impact area to get stunned by that. I think it's the first time I've ever been stunned by Maga. It looks like I play a lot of Pharah. But
Establishing aerial position. Concussive out. Over here. On the move. Justice reigns from above. Greetings.
oh no! I missed. I missed, guys. Yeah, typoed that.
Tranquility.
Taking off. Enemy over here.
And still peeks out and insta kills me.
On the move.
Don't worry, I'll be back shortly.
Let us push the payload forward.
Yeah. Basically, we have no healers right now for the most part. We have the... Holy fucking shit. Like, Anna's basically our healer, right? Zen kinda off heals. Sounded like that fucking,
I see an enemy. Enemy here.
my god, what the fuck killed me? Did I do damage to myself? Maybe off the cart? What killed me?
I don't want to talk about it. En route.
1v5 game mode, what is he talking about? Except for everyone else on his team helping? It's that. Okay, well, there's that. I wouldn't say they got a shitty tank. I mean, he kept extending, and we weren't killing him right away. The rest of his team wasn't coming with him though. Like every time he extended. By the way, look what happened after I turned on the delay. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that ridiculous, guys? I turned on the match delay, and we went from basically 1 to 2 wins per day to multiple wins in a day. Like almost normal looking matchmake, like win losses here. Very weird, huh? That's curious. Yeah. That's interesting. Huh. You know, just kinda sometimes you have to add a huh to whatever's going on, you know? Huh. Like if we had to make a statistical observation here based off of behavior and what happens when you do one thing and something else happens, we could look at the fact that, yeah, I'm actually winning quite a few games now. Huh. And we aren't running into the same fucks that I'm usually running into that are cheating. Huh. That's... yeah. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Ready. Good. Well, that's a pretty interesting notion right there.
Strike from above. Double kill.
Even the one game with the cheating widow in it, guys, like one cheater doesn't really matter. It's like when you get 2 or 3, and then especially if you get your teammates that are trying to sabotage you, that's when it really fucks shit up. Oh, my actually looks pretty good too. Now, that widow I could line of sight and be attentive to. That was cheating in New Queen Street. It was very obviously cheating in New Queen Street. Be attentive of them. Can't do that when you have to micromanage your teammates trying to sabotage you, and at the same time there's multiple people cheating, especially when they're trying to coordinate with each other, and then do like fucking pinchers on you. It's legitimately like playing Dead by Daylight against cheater squads all over again. I mean, not nearly as powerful, which is probably why I should play tank. Grow up and play tank. If I didn't like Pharah so much, guys, I 100% would play tank right now. Maybe when they make a flying tank, I'll play. I'll play tank then. Eva technically flies, kind of. Sigma flies. No? Occasionally.
Where's your jetpack? Move! Increasing altitude. Double kill.
Even the normal 2 guys that I've run into, that I've reported multiple times, we haven't seen. As soon as I put a delay on. Huh.
Double, triple
going down.
Double. Triple kill.
Oh, you're not cute. Kind of reminded me, like, it almost seems like the efficacy, guys, of streaming first-person shooters. Like, if we're just going to talk about not like what I don't care about, I honestly want to say that there's almost no viewer retention in streaming first-person shooters, or just one game in general. It seems like if you actually want to make a career, like, I enjoy playing first-person shooters. I enjoy playing a lot of different games, right? When we played Starfield, when we played the new Cyberpunk expansion, we had all different sorts of people visiting my channel. And a lot of that died out when I played Overwatch 2. Just the same way it did before. And it seems like whenever you play like a mainstream game, you lose out on a lot of just random viewership you'd otherwise get. Like, it almost feels like I should be a variety streamer at this point. I should just give up on streaming first-person shooter. I love playing first-person shooters, guys. I really do. But even then, there's only so many different types of first-person shooters you can play. And it seems like people are only so interested in them. And obviously that seems to circulate almost completely around the esports scene. It's actually kind of, in and of itself, is kind of corrupt. Not necessarily because of the event coordinators, but rather because of the amount of cheating in games in general. Obviously, in real life, you can limit that, but you can't online for the most part. And it's a joke.
Strike from above.
Find your strength. We are super
I thought about streaming, like, if I want to stream a MOBA, guys, like, obviously it basically just limits you to League of Legends, and League of Legends personally seems better than Dota. I really wish Shields of the Storm was actually good. We tried streaming it for a little bit and just got a shitload of stream snipers and shit boys, like Hate Squad, for streaming it. Fucking weird shit. It's a very, very small community, and there's like no one watching it. Like PlanetSide too.
Affirmative. Yes.
5,
Yes.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Increasing
Capture
our
objective A.
dispersing.
Game, because I actually really enjoy playing Overwatch.
Enemy here. Positioning underway. On the move. Scootin' and shootin'. Enemy over here. Enemy over here. Splash.
Hate Mercy.
Positioning.
Objective A captured.
Excellent
Escort
teamwork.
the payload.
Taking off. Dispersing.
Get her? No.
I see an enemy.
I stood on his head to stop him from crawling up. Nice. Oh, it was on the other side. I was trying to shoot the healing beacon. Very weird. It looks like there's some sort of recoil correction in there, where it's snapping back or snapping up after he fires. Well.
Dispersing. Excellent teamwork. Increasing altitude.
I think he's trying to get stuck on the tower. Oh, there's a fucking place up there you can stand without moving. Oh my god.
Okay, my head's in the game. Taking off.
Snap off screen headshot.
Aerial positioning underway. Over here.
Oh.
Dispersing. Establishing aerial position.
Pretty sure he's cheating. He's looking at me through the floor too at the same time, waiting for me. Just watching around. There's the whole reason I'm not going up there. It's because he's just looking for a deflect.
The skies await. Taking off. Repulsion.
It's off, dude.
Welcome out of there. I don't think so.
Huh. Difference being you no longer deflect. You're a dumbass.
I don't stay down. Aerial positioning underway. Justice reigns from above.
There we go. That took. There's like fucking this guy just keeps on my dick the entire time.
Taking off.
Huh. Holy shit, guys. Like, literally just felt like that entire match was us just trickling out. Entire match was us just trickling out and never getting ult to tank. How the fuck are these numbers? Alright. Let's take a look at Ashe. That is pretty fucking obnoxious. What? We even have a DPS. They left. Yeah, the guy through the wall. Hardlock? The fuck is that? This guy playing with the controller? Is he going like this every time he fires? That's not normal recoil for Ashe.
Repulsion.
Not super accurate either. What is that? You can see it right there. There. It's some sort of instant. Fires? Sometimes, it's not all the time. Watch his aim. There. There again. There again. Is he like crouch spamming while he's doing this? A macro with his fire button and crouch key? What? It looks like he has a macro tied to his fire button and crouch. Why? Just scoped accuracy?
In Russia. Game plays you. Strong as the mountain. In Russia.
Would you ever make a macro? Putting aside whether or not you can do something like this, why would you ever tie a macro to your mouse button so when you fire you crouch spam? Or just crouch. It's not even crouch spam, it's just like an instant crouch on crouch. Does it all the time either. Like it's just the start of the crouch animation too?
In Russia, game plays you. Strong as the mountain.
Again. It doesn't always show up in his animation either, but you can see it in his aim. We were just looking at him earlier and it didn't seem like he was doing that. It's 100% a macro. This is not. Sometimes it looks normal, and then other times it looks really fucking weird. Get through the wall. Air edge misses. It again. Is this like the new way to dodge headshots or something?
Pushing forward.
Occasionally see it. It's not all the time. Sometimes it does it, and then other times it doesn't. What? 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 Why? I'm not even looking to see whether or not he's cheating at this point. I'm trying to figure out why he's actually.
Hey, catch!
That was the tank through the wall. There.
Forgiveness is earned. Out of my way.
534. Uh... And aim, I'd say relatively normal looking for the most part. That fucking weird-ass crouch macro, no idea why that exists in any way, shape, or form. And then I'm occasionally looking at people through walls and then snapping directly to the tank at the end there. Holy shit. What the fuck's what is that? Why would you make a macro that crouches when you fire your gun? It's like not enough to change your height either. It's so fast. Even faster than this. I'm actually... I'm tapping it too slow. That's 100% a macro of some kind. I don't know why. Like, I maybe see it as like a way to dodge cheaters? If you think it detaches humanization from your face? I don't know. That's really weird. You definitely can tell it's a macro, though. Whether or not that's against the TOS, I don't think so, but maybe it is. Maybe you can bind your macro to mouse 1. Bind your mouse 1 as well to your crouch key. Doctor, you can. Still seems like he crouched more than this, though. Why would you ever do this? Oh. No. No. Oh. God. Why would you ever do that? I don't know. That's a something, guys. Maybe it's to throw off your ability to see if he's cheating or not. Oh, actually, I don't think I think that's just the normal recoil. I think that's actually a macro. I don't think you can bind crouch to your... Maybe you can. I don't know. Pretty sure it's macro and not in-game bind. Looks like it depresses for a little bit longer than that. It's just recoil that we're seeing.
Taken down. Double kill. Triple him out. Double kill.
Very weird, guys. Well, you meet new sorts every day.
Maximum impact. Aerial positioning underway.
Yeah, like it wasn't the same either.
Double
They look at it like it had a bit of variation to it, which is why he's crouching further than normal. It definitely wasn't manually toggled because it's in exact sync with his
watching the skies.
mouse 1.
Double
Very disappointing round though.
into the air.
Been able to win that easily.
Move back. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. I don't think so. Swish. Blasted. Where's your jetpack? Move.
Oh my god!
Messy, but we got it done. Double kill. Aerial positioning underway. Repulsion. Picked off. Double kill. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Dispersing up and away. Double kill. Double kill. Forgot your parachute?
Again. Happy Monday, guys! Oh my god, it's so amazing. But yeah, actually, considering maybe I should just be a variety streamer at this point. Should just literally just play whatever's trending. I think is just the go-to. You just play whatever game pops up, and you play every new game that comes out. Don't even bother with first-person shooters, except for when they first come out. You play them for a little bit, and then when people start getting good, you just leave.
Notched another. Establishing aerial position. Concussive out. Mind the gap. I don't think so.
It's a shame, because I put a lot of work into getting good in Overwatch, but the way it goes.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Huh. How did we get into a match with these guys again? That's interesting. Must be a duo.
Strike from above.
We're a lot simpler when I was robbing
Aerial
banks with
positioning
Deadlock.
underway. Hello. On the move. Why does your face look so familiar?
There's a price on my head in 17 countries. I'm hoping for an even 20.
Yeah, that's it.
Use it next deep in the flu. Sure it's not COVID? People like to pretend that everything's the flu. Oh, okay.
Enemy over here. Over here. Enemy here. Heat check confirmed. Picked off.
I mean, I like Latinas too. Good.
Justice reigns from above. I'm on top of the world. Establishing aerial position. Scatter. Enemy over here. Revive that. 4. Increasing altitude.
Yeah. Waiting for the overshield, my dude. Take that. I do like an overshield.
En route.
My tree's gone. Find cover.
Shake it off. Up and away. I don't think
What? Okay.
reigns from above. Excellent maneuver. Aerial positioning underway.
People need to help the tank. Literally feels like it's just me, the tank, and a life weaver. And we're missing 2 people right now.
The skies await. Enemy over here.
Corrected him. I'm not sure exactly how I did fractional damage.
Dispersing. Taking off. Over here.
A lot of damage from a lot of people. Good. Well, looks like he's following me through the wall. Good.
I don't stay down.
I'm on fire. An enemy here. These barrels are smoking.
Light protects life.
And that's a bone mesh, guys. Take a look at the tracer at the end here. Very certain that's bone mesh.
More to learn. On my way.
Get the payload on its way. That data is everywhere.
Aerial positioning underway.
Over there.
Dispersing.
Good. Good, good.
On the move. Increasing altitude. Justice.
There we go.
From above.
And got a secondary.
I knew it.
Not killing someone's wild. Fucking crazy. No. Surprise! Legitimately just coming over for me. Pre-aim on me through the wall just now, in case you guys missed that. Add Z height. So Baptiste is almost most definitely cheating.
Let's show him something.
Good? Good, good. Ah, weird. Everyone's coming over to meet me on the top level. That's interesting. Huh. Yep. Alright, so Tracer very certain has a bone mesh. We didn't even do bad. Like, this is the shitty thing about this match. It feels like we're missing people on our team. So we had no offensive pressure. It looks like the Baptiste is cheating, and then there's the guy from the game earlier. Alright. Take a look real quick at Tracer. Tracer is a bone mesh, and you can see that. Are you gonna start stuttering on me? Yeah? When she was basically locked to me, but it was crawling up and down my center point on my model.
Meteor strike.
Special delivery.
What's that? You just forget who you're targeting just now? Accidental target swaps. what I was talking about earlier. You can see it going like this up and down my model, but it's not actually deviating left to right on the side of it. Okay. Yeah. By the way, the reason you see limp dick tracer bombs, and even top 500 you'll see limp dick tracer bombs, is because most aimbots do not include projectile behavior for the tracer bomb. So they'll just throw it on the fucking ground. Because you actually have to lead the target. It's a very slow projectile. Holy shit. That guy. Some pretty, this is like, I don't know, golds with aimbots? This is pretty low end. Playing with diamonds right now. Let's take a look at Baptiste.
Ready for battle.
Clearly trying to find me and completely ignoring everyone else. It's incredible.
No. Seismic shock. It's your game is definitely amplification matrix ready. Peak performance. Get into the field. Now you see me? Now you don't. Someone has to keep you alive. Reloading. Shoot it. Light them up.
What am I doing? Firing at air.
Meteor! You are completely healed.
Nanoboost is ready to deploy.
Deep stick.
It's clearly meant for me, guys.
Meteor strike.
Hang on, fire! I am.
All basically looking exactly at me through the wall.
Yes. Healing you up. Amplification matrix charging.
Not through the wall. He just walked into my missiles.
My heart's still beating. So
You guys revenge kill on me right here, I believe.
there's a long way to cut to.
30 seconds remaining.
$8.16. Write this down.
Admit.
The dragon becomes me. Let them up. Seismic slam.
Other one.
My heart still devastation.
Nanoboost is ready to deploy.
7:18. Life Weaver, we don't care about that.
Round of healing. You're completely healed. Round of healing. This is your warning. You are completely healed. No. Your case is definitely amplification matrix. Peak performance.
I don't know, guys. Like, the wall looks that we saw, like, the leads look very obvious.
Someone has to keep you alive. Let them up. Round
Honestly, it just seems like he's all over. He doesn't know what he even wants to do. Which is what I was talking about earlier here. This guy's aim is all over the fucking place. And detach and doesn't even like do anything after it detaches. Like just dead aims, I guess you could say, in the middle of the air after a person dies.
Yes. Healing you up. Amplification matrix charging.
Anna. Earlier, we talked earlier before about people punching and right there, 741, punching and spraying walls. Hide the fact they have a wall hack. Like aim wise, I'd say relatively normal as well. Burner? Not really. Master. Former gold. Had his origin story in Season 3? I don't know. Like, aim was relatively normal. The not real. And once again, it's kind of weird because humanization, well, not kind of weird. It sucks because humanization will make, if you set it up well, it'll be almost indistinguishable from a human name as it looks. It'll have error in it. But the main thing here, if we didn't see these, the main thing here was the watching people direct through walls bit. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have reported him at all. Nice game. If we didn't see those, I wouldn't have reported him. Good. Well, fun.
On the move. Splash.
Fucking weird. Like, it felt like that match we should have won, too. It just felt like we never had any offensive pressure. Like, when we went in, there's, like, no follow-through with anything we did. I was trying to assist the tank as much as possible and felt like the other DPS wasn't there, though. Or the other healer, for that matter. Pretty sure is why the Life Weaver went Zen. There's like maybe 2 times where we basically won the team fight and then we just didn't win the point. Too bad either. Very weird.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Yep. Good. Fucking weird game, guys. I don't know. I really don't know.
Strike from above. Hey, Winston. Want to hear a secret joke about peanut butter?
I sure do.
Sorry, can't tell you. You might spread it.
Wait, I get it.
Oh, there's a bunny.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Excellent teamwork.
Oh, I missed.
Aerial positioning underway. On the move.
How'd you go further out? Are you out of jets? That
Float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish.
puts you in a bad spot.
New company.
They're on the objective. Bring them out.
Oh my god, those directs felt like they should have connected. They did not.
Increasing altitude.
Fall back.
I don't think so.
Oh my god. Some strange reason. Didn't go for the health kit. Very weird.
Look at me. I have the objective.
All
My tree is
systems
gone.
nominal.
Find cover.
Up
Over there.
When you kill yourself, it should just show you the person that did the most damage to you prior to you dying.
On the move. Form up.
No one can stop me.
Hi.
From above. Aerial positioning.
Totally going back to spawn. I was considering doing that earlier, but it was, we had too much time between spawns, but now...
Scatter.
Meteor strike. Ready for a knockout?
Yeah.
Acquire
That.
on the move.
It's a trap. Huh. That is definitely an ult. Ah, well. Oh! I went for the Reaper sooner, guys. I didn't. Oh.
Making another approach. On the move. I'll just take the objective. Check confirmed.
Very accurate, that. Huh. Over Z-axis.
Best round lost.
Good.
I don't stay down.
Score 0-1.
Why'd you have to go and grow a conscience? Huh. After all we've seen, how could you not? I got a short memory. Except for when I'm old.
Yeah, that's all he has to say. That's all he's gonna say about him leaving the bro band. Yeah. Why'd you have to grow a conscience? Oh no, you turned into a good guy. Uh-huh. What? Huh. That's some really weird looking aim there. What's going on there, guys?
Shake it off.
That was
Aerial position.
Platform here.
the Feralast round? What? I think it's unintentional. So we have people potentially acting like turrets, so. Bridge miss.
All systems nominal. On the move.
Good. What's going on here with these fairies that barely know how to play the game? Pretty sure the app is cheating.
Returning to battle. En route.
An enemy here. My tree's gone. My cover.
Establishing aerial position. Repulsion. Enemy here.
I thought both of them were there. I don't know what happened to the BAP.
I don't stay down. Positioning. We're outnumbered. Be advised. Scatter. underway.
หมากัดอย่ากัดต่อเข้าใจเขามาใส่ใจเราเข้าใจเขามาหมากัดอย่ากัดต่อ
You are completely healed.
That looks normal. Oh, it did look normal. So maybe set percent miss or distance based. I don't know which it is. Nope, they're acting like a turret. So, pretty sure the BAFT is cheating. Take a look at the end here as well as the soldier, and the soldier really didn't do shit. Oh fuck, guys.
Ready for battle.
What was the soldier? That was the Reaper.
Ready for battle. 5, 4, 3.
Good. This is the shit we saw in the kill cam. Could have fixed it. Doing it again.
Cut them off the point. Terminated.
Happening between models. Something. Life leader behind the wall. Pretty sure this is a malfunctioning aimbot, is what we're seeing right now. Okay. Yep. That was this guy. Alright, let's take a look at... That wasn't the difficult one. Let's take a look at...
Ready for battle.
Justice reigns from above.
That could never happen.
Another match where it felt like we literally didn't have another DPS. Did I actually perform worse than our DPS in our team? This guy just literally just fuck... Like, if people can stand in the open, guys, and take 0... Besides me, take 0 attacks, that's... You got something really bad's going on with your team. Player, maybe even 2 players again.
Protects life.
Let them up.
Punching walls. For reaction time. High velocity detach. This is why I said it's a set percent or might even be distance based. I think it's actually distance based. Reaction time again. After me through the wall.
Can't save them all. Stay near the immortality field.
Defend the point. Strike at one.
Hey, that's not his teammate. It was the 825.
Can't save them all.
Check confirmed. Thanks.
Somehow I missed him going down the stairs. I think he went for the life lever and then he just dipped to the left instead.
Look out for that first step.
Someone call for a medic. Got to reload.
Remember we talked about punching walls as a way to hide? I just staring at people. I don't really even need to do that. That's the life lever through the wall. There.
Stay inside the field. Healing you up. Healing you up. Those hostiles.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Life Weaver again through the wall.
You are completely healed.
Okay. Right. That is... Gap the entire match. Yeah. Legitimately feels like we're playing with diamonds right now. Top 500 tank. What? I don't know if it means I have to be more aggressive or what's going on here. This is fucking weird. Last couple games have been really, really weird. Or it feels like we're winning the team fights and just, like, it doesn't happen.
Strike from above. Double position. En route. I am taking off.
Also not securing kills for some reason.
Perfect hit. Double kill. Double float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish. Repositioning. Double positioning underway. I don't think so. You weren't watching the skies. Double kill. Scatter. Strike from above. Double perfect hit. Double taking off.
Some of those directs on the bat felt like they're on, but they weren't hitting. We have that same guy from our game before. Very weird.
Strike from above.
Or else what? Or else what?
Yes. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Objective locks in 30 seconds.
Doing this wrong?
Shake it off.
Positioning.
Blazing massacre back from the dead.
My healing pylon is here. En route.
Came through wall on me.
On the move.
Thanks.
We need that robot to turn around. En route.
Life protects life.
Enemies in.
Do it for function.
Face the sunrise.
The tree is fallen. Take care.
Enemy over here. Pylon deployed. On the move. Justice reigns from above.
On fire! Incoming. An enemy here.
On the move.
We're gonna pop. A pleasure.
Taking off.
Understood. Cocoon.
Enemy team outpaced. Great work, team. Barricade is pushing forward.
There's a soldier. That was a tracer. And that looks an awful lot like Namebot. Shooting an air.
My head's in the game. Up and away.
Ah, it's a fucking misses, guys. Where the fuck's my damage going? What the fuck's going on here?
Enemy is in possession of the robot.
Repositioning.
My ultimate is ready.
Increasing altitude. Excellent.
Let's put a stop to that.
Escorting the robot.
On the move. Justice reigns from above.
Got the Zen. It's late on the Mercy.
Reigns from above. Heads up. I see an enemy. Face the sunrise. On the move.
Incoming!
Taking off.
Over there.
En route. You're going to overtake us. Excellent teamwork.
Hey, fucking shit. Yeah? So 3 people trying to fucking kill me? Good.
Why have not?
Always more to learn.
We can stop them pushing. Join
Uh,
We cannot allow them to proceed.
that's our teammate.
Confirmed. Up and away.
Oh.
Returning to battle. Repositioning. They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Establishing aerial position.
Hey, buddy. And goodbye.
Let's show them some air power.
Clearing the air into the unknown.
I'm on top of the world. Move the robot.
Funny. The tree stirs beneath the soil. On with me.
Aerial position. Enemy over here. They don't give these suits to just anyone.
Back into it.
Why have not?
Shake it off.
Accidental target swaps.
Increasing altitude.
In lock distance. You can see it snapping on and off.
Life protects life.
Uploading scrap.
Justice rains from above. Double check confirmed. Starting the push.
Your team is close to winning.
Trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with my aim today, guys. Like, look at this shit. Feels like I'm missing some easy targets too. These shots.
I believe the robots will off with us. Don't you?
And people through the wall right now.
Repositioning.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
Alright, so pretty sure the soldier's cheating. What the fuck is going on with my aim, guys? What the fuck is this shit? Holy fuck.
Ready for battle.
Large utility robot in our control.
At the ground randomly? What?
Group up here.
Your team is close to taking the lead.
Barricade moving. We cannot allow them to keep the robots.
Justice reigns from above.
Accidental target swap. Be a nothing. What was that guy was doing just now? Add our team through the wall, possibly robot. Reaction.
Never leave a team behind.
Shooting lily pad instead of that actual life weaver.
Meteor strike.
Watching life weaver through the wall.
Your team is close to taking
I'm at the
the lead.
height of my joint.
Accidental target swap, or it might have been just retreating.
Your team is close to taking the lead.
I burn like the dawn. Let us push together.
Your team has taken the lead.
Wiggle after your snap.
That's better. Prepare yourself. That warms the bones. Pushing ahead now.
That's Solari. He's trying to shoot through the wall right now. Okay. Be a block of cheese? I know it's actually a hay bale, but... Bone mesh, or is that just a chest? Definitely went down in the model. We'll do chest. Diamond, huh? Bet. I'd buy a gold. Gold or plat. What the fuck is going on with my aim? Why does nothing feel on? What the fuck is this? Holy fucking shit. Let me try something here, guys. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Jesus Christ. Not like I'm not even queuing right now because I want to play games. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong. Something's broken. What is broken? %, directs and like 30% rockets. What the fuck? What? My driver just reset. Now my whole computer locked up. Okay, well, restart it is. Oh, the fuck, guys. Oh! It feels like some of these kills we should easily be getting, too, and it's just like nothing's connecting or doing damage. Back to our 80 additional MS input lag. What? One second, guys. Aw. Good, guys.
Strike from above. Taking to the edge. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Strike from above. Damaging aerial position. Double kill. On the move. Messy, but we got it done. Double. I'm taking off. Double. Triple. Multiple hits confirmed. Double kill. Blasted. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Justice served. Double kill. Triple kill. Multiple targets eliminated. Quadruple kill. Move.
Good.
Double kill.
Almost feels like gradually my aim has gotten worse and I just haven't noticed it.
Aerial positioning underway. Double kill.
Making up for it by making things slower?
Double kill. Triple kill. Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face.
Next game. I don't even want to play more games. I don't even want to play more.
Strike from above. Hello. They say you're a good shot. Hope you don't mind it out there.
I know more than anyone that a head that big is an easy target.
You're still hiding. When are you coming back for good?
I'm trying to be help. Please be patient with me.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer?
What? G'day!
Life is a highway.
Taking off.
5,
Hey!
4, 3,
G'day!
1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Knock 'em off the payload!
A clean kill.
God, I just got shot by a sniper at the same time, too. I think it was a sniper. Fuck hit me. I obviously shot myself with my own missile. Something else hit me.
My head's in the game.
Just deflect damage?
Aerial positioning underway. Making another approach. Repositioning.
My ultimate is charging. My ultimate is charging.
Establishing area position.
Eva logging on.
Huh? Trying to deflect me, so we had to kill him first. Like he's just waiting there for me to queue.
I don't want to talk about it. On the move. On the way. Repositioning.
But it feels like some of my missiles should be connected, and they just aren't.
Meteor strike.
I look after my own. Excellent teamwork. System repaired. On
No heals? No heals. We had healers there.
Shake it off.
Tranquility. An enemy here. My spirit
Airspace is closed.
30 seconds remaining.
Stand your ground. This one's ours. Enemy over here. I'm taking off. Someone stop that payload. I don't think so.
Oh, buddy. Like, we had a tank and another DPS somewhere doing something while all that was going on. We all just dead?
Drop those goons off the payload. Stay down. Into the air.
Getting heals.
Watch out. This was cut the pace. On the move.
What? What? Yeah, that's some RNG right there, guys. No. We just RNG unluckied.
My coals are red hot. Direct hits at any range. Justice reigns from above. I'm in here. Up and away. Thank you. I don't think so.
For Anna. Anna might be dead.
The skies await. Establishing aerial position. On the move.
30 seconds
Yes, victory is nearly ours. Positioning underway.
10 seconds.
We're almost at the end. Oh, strong. I don't think so. Outclassed.
Okay. Well, we killed people and we won. Yeah. It still feels like something's fucking. I don't understand. We had another. Why does it feel like we had another DPS there, but they weren't doing anything? Like, they have limbs, they have some limbs, and they have almost the same amount of damage as me. But it feels like they weren't even doing anything. I don't know. The tank was obviously pushing hard, relatively pushing hard. we got heals. I'd say a heal and a half worth of heals, and then it felt like where the other what was the other DPS doing the entire match? Where were they? What was happening? I don't know. I'm frustrated, guys. I'm gonna log off. I am done. I need to eat some food, so I'm not as hangry. But it feels like I don't know, like all the last 2 hours, 3 hours of matches, it feels like literally I'm just like playing and we're missing teammates. Like every match feels like we're missing teammates. I guess it means my MMR has fallen off. My SPMM rating has fallen off enough where we're now playing with basically plebs. From the hardcore cheater lobbies with the throwers from the weekend. Like, are we just playing with like diamonds and masters now? Diamond. That was the tank that felt like they're doing work once again. Maybe we are still playing with GMs. It doesn't feel that way though. I don't know what the fuck this is. It doesn't feel like I don't know, guys. I don't know. Okay. We're going to call things here this morning, guys. If you're new to the stream and you enjoyed the agony, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night, that's wicked time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take, depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Yeah, these games are really fucking weird. It feels like even in the games where, like, what was the last one? It's just like none of my shots were connecting. Like, that's really poor. And like, we didn't even do bad damage-wise. It just didn't feel like I was doing anything the entire match. It feels like I was grinding my gears against nothing. And then we had a cheater too, but that wasn't anything outside the norm. So I don't fucking know. I guess, oh, we had a DPS Alari. Cool. That's where half our heals went, was into DPS, so there's that. I don't know, guys. Fucking weird games. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. We'll see you guys. But I'm out here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more of the OW2, so you guys to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching my streams always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday morning. Have a good day, guys.